just to spite you, I just started stream. So why don't you use your bad mic to tell everyone, Kamui, what you think about that? Okay, well, of course. So, how Kamui be ready for some? Space
Okay, so Naruto topics. While I cook, I know this isn't what you were getting at earlier, but if we can do some of your topics first, so that way I can be a bit loud back in the basement.
You know, I was hoping for the opposite of that because I needed to go to the bathroom, but I guess I'll hold it for a little bit longer.
Okay, perfect. Take it away.
Of course it's perfect. Okay. So I guess we'll just go to this one. Actually, are you able to like look at my screen right now or not right now at all?
No, but if you just tell me where the topic is, I can check on my phone.
That's okay. I'll just not do it right now. Okay, let's do the false gun one. Okay. So Naruto and Sasuke are fighting against Madara, who has Limbo, and they're like figuring out how Limbo works. And they think that wound on his right arm can affect the Shadow Madara too, huh? And I think this could maybe be considered a false gun. I don't know if you would agree with that or not, and seemingly not. If you were confused,
I was just confused. If
So,
you explain,
in my opinion, they're setting up some kind of thing to like devise a strategy to defeat Madara. Like they're figuring out how his abilities work, and this is going to lead to some cool Death Note moment to where they do the final attack thing, and then they reveal afterwards whatever teamwork thing they figured out that actually led to the strategy in the first place.
So this is why I was confused. I'm not going to call it a false gun, but I'm going to call, unless you want to call the Madara fight itself a false gun, I'm just going to call it didn't go that far. It's not a false gun. The reason being, so what are they referring to? They're referring to the fact that Naruto can hurt the Limbo clones. And then they do that. So what does Sasuke have Naruto do? Rush towards him so he can hurt. Like he fights the Limbo clones, whatever they do, and then they trap Madara with their magnet style attack thing. Then Madara just substitutes out, and then Naruto pins him down, and then Madara leaves and doesn't go any further from there. So it just doesn't do much. Like they technically used it, they just didn't really do much with it. If that makes sense.
I don't know. I feel like they were planning on something to do with this. Like maybe they could find some way to like reverse the damage. So instead of hurting Madara, they hurt a Limbo clone, and that somehow reflects back onto Madara. So maybe like Sasuke can like Ameno Tejikara a Limbo clone unexpectedly, and then like Chidori it in the neck, and that kills Madara as an example. I don't know. Obviously, I'd want it to be more than that, but if they could figure something out.
The wound on the arm is the Limbo clone.
Yeah.
Does the damage transfer to Madara when the Limbo clone merges with him?
Oh, they could do that. No. So what's happening here is the real Madara got a bruise, and whenever it's basically like Shadow Clone. It's like if Naruto has a cut on his cheek and does a Shadow Clone, the Shadow Clone inherits the cut, but like you can't like hurt the Shadow Clone to then affect the real body. So it's whenever Madara makes a Limbo, it just has Madara's like physical attributes to it.
I'm gonna double check that as soon as I wash my hands here, because I'm pretty sure the point from that scene was that Naruto hurt the Limbo clone.
Well, Naruto can do that as well, but they're showing the real Madara.
Hold on, I'll wash my hands real quick.
Okay. Because each of the Limbo clones are like unique or whatever. For example, this one has like a sword or something sticking through it, and obviously the real Madara doesn't. So like
see,
their
that's
own,
right.
like,
You're
individual
backwards.
entity.
That's what I'm saying. You're backwards. Because I don't blame you. It's because of the black and whiteness of Sasuke's Rinnegan vision. The sword's the real Madara. The bruise is Limbo Madara.
Okay.
So that's why I was
Sure.
saying. I think you just. I'm gonna confirm.
I mean, that's fine either way. We know that Naruto seals the Limbo clones with the magnet style plus rod combination weirdly somehow. I don't know how either, but he does it apparently. But that doesn't like affect the real Madara, obviously.
Yeah.
But seemingly Madara can just undo those Limbo clones anyways, so it didn't really matter that they were sealed.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah, it doesn't look like the Limbo merges and I don't think it gets bruised.
Yeah.
I do think an interesting, you could argue it doesn't make sense. But an interesting, you know what? Without really getting into it, given the not that amazing but worth mentioning Limbo symbolism stuff that I'll one day 10 years from now make a video on, I actually think it would narratively kind of work pretty well in accordance with that if the damage done to Limbo did transfer back to Madara. Now, it doesn't, because it frankly doesn't seem like they can kill the Limbo anyway, and Madara's pretty much invincible anyway. So it's not like it's gonna like overly matter, but it can be something worthwhile. Frankly, now that I'm thinking about it, it doesn't even make sense that the wound didn't just instantly heal, considering Madara instant regen, but fucking bruise. But maybe the Limbos can't regen. Okay, if that's the case, then we can't have that transfer back to Madara. Unless they just don't cut off his head, but like if they can have that transfer back to Madara.
Yeah. Well,
but
I'm not gonna say
maybe Madara's just careful with that. Like he's more careful with his Limbo because they can't regen, and it transfers back to him, and he can't regen that damage.
Well,
but
I don't want it to be any and all damage. I want them to somehow find a way to reverse the process to where instead of Madara making the Limbo clones, like the Limbo clones makes Madara in terms of like the way that goes, the arrow, it like reverses the arrow to point the other way. I don't want to just be any and all damage, because then it's basically just a weak version of Shadow Clone for like Naruto and Sasuke, who could just sense the Limbo clones anyways. At that point, it's like, what's even the point? It's just weak. Or at least that's how it's gonna feel.
That's fair from that perspective.
There's got to be like something specific, some special thing that they do.
I agree. I think it would be because as it is, okay, they can sense Limbo, fine, but I don't think they ever defeated Limbo. If that makes sense.
Yes, I know.
They neutralized it. They didn't overcome it.
So what about if it's something like, if you hurt the Limbo when it's like manifested, it doesn't count. But if you hurt it while it's in the process of being recalled, so for example, like the clones that Naruto sealed, when Madara's like bringing those clones back into him, if Sasuke like Chidori's one of them on the arm, then it leaves Madara a bruise on the arm, the real Madara, just as an example. Just something like that could work. In which case that goes really nicely with how they devised Obito's Kamui towards like the beginning of this night. With like the kunai that they used Kamui on, the lightning kunai, or the Naruto clone to like blast off his mask.
What you're saying with that.
Something like that. I'm not gonna say like they did that accidentally, because they were like testing it out in order to figure it out before like going through with their plan. But it'd be like that, to where they reveal the plan after the fact, or the plan might just be like so obvious it doesn't need explained, but like, oh wow, that's so genius, why didn't I think of that? Like I think it'd be as well to like parallel Obito and Madara in this regard at the beginning of the war compared to the end, in a way.
I do like the concept that you're going for sure.
Similarly,
I'm just trying to think of like, because what I will say, this superficial thing. This one's goofier. If it's just like the moment the Limbo reconnects to Madara, like that specific instant, basically, that's when you strike. It's goofy in the sense that, okay, Madara, just like don't be near them when you're doing that. Like on Madara's end, it makes him kind of dumb to just be like, it's like, I guess he could be in the middle of the fight and then he can't escape or whatever. But I just feel like with Obito's, it's a little bit more like, first of all, he doesn't know that they're doing this.
Yeah.
So he's just fighting with Kamui. Madara might not know that they're doing this, but like he knows that like this is the weakness, or maybe he doesn't know, I guess.
I think he should know. But I think Obito knows the weakness of Kamui.
But then if he knows, I feel like he would be a little bit more cautious of it, because Obito's, when it first happens, especially with the kunai thing, the Obito just doesn't realize that this is just going to happen this way. He's not thinking about that at all, first of all. And second, like, Kagashi's comboing a kunai so it doesn't hit Naruto. That's what Kagashi's trying to do. So Obito's just not expecting this, like, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Whereas with Madara's case, I feel like he would just be wary of this generic weakness.
Well, I mean, they could try, Naruto and Sasuke could, like, try and frame it, or, like, genuinely at first, to where they're trying to protect one another from the Madara, like, heading in their direction when really it's being recalled. It's like, maybe, like, they punch the Madara out of the way or something like that. And that, in which case, it kind of reminds me of the Haku fight, if they're doing something like that, working together in that way. To, like, devise a weakness for Haku.
It's kind of... the other question I was going to ask real quick is, when do you want this to happen? So there's two options, really. There's the... before he gets the second eye, so basically... it would just be a change of what they do when Madara does a Limbo substitution. You know, when Sasuke just teleports him in between himself and Naruto. Basically just replacing that moment. Or after he comes out of the three eyes, I feel like you're going to pick this moment, but after he comes out with three eyes, they start to fight. Then they do this, and then Madara escapes via whatever mechanism. He doesn't die. So then he decides, all right, I better do the infinite Tsukuyomi now, because, like, things are getting dicey.
Okay, so two answers. Two very different answers, mind you. So the first answer is yes, I would have it be, like, after he gets both Rinnegan, so after he comes out of Kamui Dimension with Obito, whatever. He has, like, the 4 Limbo clones there, or whatever. But if we're doing that, I also just want to move the line where Madara says, "Oh, Naruto, you're one half, and Sasuke, you're one half, but together I'm both halves. Let's have our final battle now." We have to move that to here.
Okay, yeah. I feel you there. That line needs to be before the fight, not, like, before the pre-fight.
Yeah, I'm not going to have that line be... Madara does purple lightning, and then Naruto Sasuke do one Rasengan Chidori clash with the Meto Tajikara, and then Madara runs away from Limbo, and Sasuke cuts him in half, and that's the fight. I'm not doing that.
I do have to agree
moves,
that this fight...
3, and one of them just Sasuke speed blitzing with the sword.
Yeah, so I've always kind of thought about how I want to approach this, but right now I'm trying to think exactly. So without changing overall narrative, so first, sorry Daiko, and sorry everyone else, we're gonna leave Kaguya in this, so he's just not gonna be the final battle. That's the first thing. Second, I think we should leave Zetsu backstabbing, betraying Madara. He shouldn't just be defeated, then Zetsu walks up. I think keeping that the same, just keep those beats the same.
This gets to my second answer.
Well,
so what I was gonna do...
go ahead and do your thing first before then.
What I was going to do is whenever Madara subs... Okay, so going back to the first fight that they have, when Madara used Purple Lightning and then Sasuke used Meto Tajikara for the Rasengan Chidori clash, Madara uses Limbo to substitute out of that. And he's going to get out of that scot-free. He's not just going to go instantly for Obito's eye or whatever, and Kakashi or whatever. He's not going to do that. He's going to keep fighting, obviously. But Sasuke is going to realize something that happened during the Limbo substitution, and that's going to lead to whatever they figure out about the Limbo going back into him. So in this case, they're just going to have a fight here to where the way that Sasuke is going to bisect Madara with his sword isn't going to be through the real Madara. It's going to be through, like, eventually, like, 3 episodes later of figuring out how the Limbo ability works and fighting the whole time. Eventually, Sasuke is going to, like, figure out what to do.
Limbo clone and then,
slice the Limbo clone. That is, like, intentionally going back to Madara because they planned for it to. Like, they're gonna, like, devise this whole thing. That's how I would do that.
I think No, first of all, in theory, do you think Sasuke could Ameno Tejikara swap a Limbo Madara with like Naruto or something?
Um. Okay, this is the stupidest answer, which is why I'm gonna love it. Whenever Sasuke uses a Meno Tejikara, they do like the inverted color swap, which reminds me of Limbo. So-
Yes, I know. So, well, what I was, it's probably just because
I know,
Rinnegan
yeah.
Jutsu. That's probably why they do. But
Yeah.
well, something I was thinking is they could do a thing where Sasuke like kind of fools, like catches Madara off guard to where he Madara like maybe like Madara. I don't know exactly what I want to do, but like I'm just gonna make up an example. You might not like it. I might not even like it. Maybe Sasuke's gonna looks like he's gonna chop the real Madara in half. Madara is smiling because he's planning his counter. Then Sasuke does a Meditachi card to where the Limbo in Madara swap, so that Sasuke slices through Limbo, and then that
Okay.
hurts Madara in a way he wasn't expecting, kind of thing.
That could work. Especially if Madara is
But
like
it doesn't have to
overly
be that.
relying on the Limbo ability. That goes back to like the whole
Yeah.
narrative that they do in like every fight anyways.
I mean, yeah, I
Overwhelming
mean,
power versus
frankly, and
mental
at this
tactics.
point, Madara is over relying. It's all he's fucking doing. He's not using any of Susanoo and shit, so bite him in the ass for it.
Sure.
And then, now, of course, if you're doing all that, I would probably just have the main fight be here. And a lot of people aren't going to like it. He gets his power up and then they don't do much with it. So the alternative would be that you do this part. You could just have Madara get his eye sooner and save most of this stuff for after he comes up with the third eye. Then they get Madara on the defensive. So where he's like, I'm just thinking a scene in my head. I don't know which character is where they like jump back. They're kind of bruised up and they're huffing and puffing. Madara's on the defensive and he stands up. Like think about how he's gonna like. In this case, he's actually distracted. He's not just being cocky. He's actually distracted. He's thinking about what he's gonna do next, and that's when Black Setsu stabs him or something. That you can do that.
Hypothetically, you could just remove Madara having one eye the whole time. Like, I'm thinking maybe, like, when Obito does the double cross betrayal and, like, stabs Madara to take out Shukaku or whatever, Kurama, whatever he did there, the nonsense, to go give it to Naruto, who's dead. So he's, like, stabbing Jubidara right before the Might Guy fight, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Maybe
Madara could do a thing to where he got his eye back at the same time Obito
exactly.
got the
So
beat or
I'm
something.
thinking the moment that Madara has in the Kamui dimension with Obito, they could just move that here. Like when he's revealing about Rin and all that. And in this case, this also saves Sakura from her worst moment of all time.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I was about to say that. So as a hypothetical, I'm glad you were on the same page as me with that. Eliminate that. Something you could do is you could have Madara take the eye first, then Obito stabs him and steals the Biju second. I don't really know. See, the thing that's weird is like I like their moment, but to some extent, I also feel like the scene when Obito stabs Madara, says he's Obito Uchiha, blah blah blah. That also feels like that should be the last moment between those characters, rather than vice versa. So it's kind of like, do you agree with that? Actually, just in general,
I don't think it
Madara's
needs to be. I know why you say that because you love the inspirational Obito narrative, but think about it from like Madara's character. Madara just heard Obito declare that he is actually, in fact, Obito Uchiha and not Madara. How would Madara act realistically? In fact, I'm surprised he didn't do the Rin reveal here. All things considered. Like, oh, you think you're Obito now, huh? Well, let me tell you this, Obito. Like, I could totally see Madara doing that there.
Well, rather than that way, I think it'd be like a more like the you're right, and that's exactly why I killed her.
No, I don't think so. I think Madara be along the lines of, oh, I see you're falling for Naruto's emotional tactics, eh? Well, let me remind you of how this world really is, so you can fall into despair all over again.
I mean, yeah, but he kind of like already was saying that to Obito, like when he walks towards him. So like he already kind of did that part. I don't. I mean, it obviously can go either way anyway. Because Obito
I think it's
asks, like,
fine.
I think Obito's really the one who starts the conversation, just being like, "Oh no, Madara's like, you broke the frankly, I don't know why Madara is saying it when he does like, oh, you broke the ceiling tag thing. That's how you were able to become the Tensho Turkey, blah blah blah." Why is he saying this now? Like, shouldn't you have said that, like, I don't know, when Obito began Tensho Turkey or any other time? It's kind of
Not
weird to
like
say it then,
200
but that's
chapters
why
later.
Obito says, yeah, exactly. So I would move that line way earlier, or just remove it because it doesn't matter. But Obito asks, "Why me?" Oh yeah, because in that moment, yeah, when Madara mentions it is when Obito realizes that Madara planned everything. Oh, how tricky it all is.
I think it'd be fine to be there. Especially because I think it'd be fair for like a sacrifice. Because in this case, Obito's sacrificing his Rinnegan so he can take the things out. Like they're both striking at the same time. Obito's willfully doing this, knowing that's going to be the case. And it also like adds credence to the fact of like the dual Kamui being faster, because Obito's not fast enough to Kamui Madara stealing his eye, but he's fast enough to dual Kamui Kakashi into the Kamui dimension.
Yeah, okay. I see the vision there. I definitely like the mutual strike thing, to where they both take something from the other.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, like I said, then this Madara will just have both Rinnegan here. He can, and then he can just awaken the third eye when he does Infinite Tsukiyomi.
In which case, maybe we could have it even be a thing of like, Madara, I don't want to say knew he was going to be stabbed by Oodie because that doesn't make sense, but like he saw, like Obito's like slow enough to where I don't want to say he didn't care, but like in a way, it didn't matter that Obito was going to steal Shukaku because what Madara wanted was the Rinnegan, and losing Shukaku was not a big deal, especially since he just stayed in the Ten Tails state anyways, which arguably doesn't make sense, but I'll ignore that for now. It's similar to how Madara like spat out the Sage of Six Paths tools. It could feel like that.
It's also weird. So like Obito, I gotta like relook at the scene, but like Obito stabs Madara off guard. He's not expecting it. Then Madara goes for the eye, goes through Obito.
Yeah.
Then like Obito just like pulls out the bijou. It's pretty convenient in that sense.
But like that, I don't even think that makes sense. Like, because then, oh well, your Kamui's never gonna make it against my Truth Seeker orb that I'm gonna send to attack you across the battlefield. Oh no, it made it because you both used Kamui to make it twice as fast. So they need that for a Truth Seeker orb across the battlefield, but Obito just can turn intangibility on against Madara, who's like right in front of him, like 10 times Madara. Really? Like, that really makes sense.
I mean,
are we saying Madara is that much slower than the Truth Seeker orbs?
Yeah, I feel like if we just rewrite the scene slightly, we can probably just write it in a way to where, like, the moment it's gonna be similar to Minato versus Obito, where they both meet. Obito needs to be solid to touch Madara here to grip out the bijou. And similarly, Madara is thinking when he's solid is when I can take the eye. In this case, rather than Minato just winning the exchange because Obito's doing flying rising, it's just going to be a mutual strike. It's how I would approach it.
I agree. No, I think that's best.
Paste the dialogue thought process.
I think that's actually the best, because in this case, Madara is carefully calculating it. He's choosing to allow Obito to strike him, so he will be tangible, so he can take the eye.
Yeah.
I think that is just best. Okay. So, all of that in mind, I'm going to say something and you're going to instantly hate it. But hear me out. So we can keep the Black Zetsu backstab thing or whatever, but like, since we're already having, like, in one of these scenarios to where the final fight is just one final fight instead of Madara saying there's a final fight and then going away and then coming back and then not really having a final fight anyways in either scenario. If it's just going to be one final fight, okay, Sasuke bisects Madara, doesn't matter how, the whole point is there's a bisected Madara. So, okay, this is where you're not going to like it, but what if Tenten comes around and seals the top half of Madara, and then Black Zetsu does his backstab on the lower half? That's...
Do it the other way around.
I knew you were going to say that.
Like, that makes sense for Black Setsu. I don't want Black Setsu sticking his hand in Madara's ass. Like, it's just weird. With that in mind, though, so in this rewrite, there's no one-eyed Renegon fight, just a two-eyed.
Yeah.
However, we still have two options. Option one is they fight two eyes, similar to the one-eyed fight. Then he does infinite Tsukuyomi after he gets kind of like cornered a little bit, and then he comes back down, and then Black Setsu backstabs and blah blah blah. Or he does infinite Tsukuyomi, like, hell, even before Naruto and Sasuke even come back to life for all I care. He just does it, and then the only problem there is that Kakashi can't be there, so it'd be like he just does infinite. In this case, Naruto and Sasuke come back. He spars with them for like a brief second, then just does infinite Tsukuyomi. Then he comes down, then says, "This is the last battle. Yeah. I have both halves."
I'm down. I'm fine with it being there. Completely fine with that.
Like, which way do you prefer, though? In that case,
I would do it after.
Do you prefer if Tsukuyomi done earlier or later? Basically,
probably earlier. I think that just makes more sense.
Okay. Yeah, I think I would agree with that too. And then Black Setsu, but just backstabs him, like I said, after he starts getting cornered enough, then he just does it.
Sure. I think it could also be fine to have it be, if this is going to be an actual final fight anyways, to where Naruto and Sasuke, just Team 7 is just going to defeat Madara. It's not necessarily a Black Zetsu thing to where he's actually just taken away from everything. It can still be a betrayal.
That kind of gets into something I was about to ask you, what your thoughts on this were. So hypothetically, they're cornering Madara. It looks like they're going to win. Madara's devising a strategy. He's going to use Black Zetsu for it. So he starts to say, Black Zetsu, like he's going to tell him the plan, and that's when he's just backstabbed randomly, unexpectedly. So in this case, it's clear Naruto and Sasuke, they were going to win. Madara's now going to rely on Black Zetsu for his plan, whether you can have him literally lay out the plan or not, I don't care. The point is they were beating Madara, not sexually Madara, and then he's going to defer to Black Zetsu, and then Black Zetsu betray. What do you think about that as a concept? I kind of liked it.
Okay, I would do that, assuming that the plan Madara was going to make was actually just going to defeat Naruto and Sasuke.
Well, that's where I was thinking of the idea of actually showing the plan. I don't know off the top of my head what the plan is. Okay, Black Zetsu turns to goo and does whatever. Okay, the point is we have a couple panels, kind of like Okay, so remember when in Temari versus Shikamaru, Temari envisions her plan on Shikamaru. But just one of those scenes obviously didn't actually work in that case. But like, imagine a scene like that. He envisions the plan and it just succeeds in his head, and for all intents and purposes, we, the audience, just think it would have worked, but then Black Zetsu betrays them, that kind of thing. I would be cool with that. I feel like that's the best compromise of every fan.
Sure.
Because nobody actually wants, like, just Naruto and Sasuke to just lose, obviously. In this case, Madara would have won if not for the betrayal. You still have the betrayal for narrative. Naruto and Sasuke would have won if Black Zetsu wouldn't help Madara, so no matter what, everyone wins.
I think that is everyone wins. Yeah, I think that is the best compromise. I completely agree.
Okay, make that a clip, and then when I'm done, I'm writing it down for rewrites.
Yeah. Real quick, I'll add one more here. It's not going to be as good as yours, but just hypothetically, and I'm not saying this is what I want or whatever, but like just hypothetically, we just write it to where Naruto and Sasuke have to, and they just do defeat Madara. So I think the way I would like this, and they can have Black Zetsu come in afterwards to like take over his body or whatever. I think the way I would like this is Sasuke bisects Madara like we have in canon. And Madara, he got too ahead of himself. He got too into it. He's used up too much chakra. His life force is too low. The whole point is that he can no longer heal. And they do this trope a ton in a ton of anime. Even they do it a ton in Naruto, but you haven't seen every instance. For example, Delta can only absorb so much. It can be like that. Naruto Shippuden movie 2 Bonds is really what I'm getting at. Is where the main character heals. He has like this 8 gates nonsense. He just doesn't matter. He just doesn't care how much damage he takes because he can heal. But then turns out he healed too much, and that like damages his body beyond repair. Similar, you can have it.
Should we have an example of that somewhere in just not movie Naruto and Boruto.
Yeah.
Just trying to think of what that is.
Well, you do have one, but it's not
Kind
really
of
in the series.
Okay. He used too much. Yeah.
I was gonna say Hashirama, how he died, quote unquote, how he was like a
candle
wick that burned too fast.
For that, but.
Yeah. You could say he died on the battlefield or whatever, but I always do like the idea that he healed too much so that like rapidly aged him or something. It just
depends
can only
on whether
divide so many
healing.
times.
So it's implied that Tsunade's mitonic regeneration is like Hashirama's normal healing, and Tsunade's is stated to shorten her lifespan for the reasons Shizune gave. So based off that logic, that would lead credence to what you're saying. But it's possible it just was another whatever thing. But
yeah. Either way, I think it'd be really cool if Madara went down the same way Hashirama did through healing.
Yeah, I like that as a concept too.
Okay, that being said, are you ready to
weave it into the other rewrite to where that's what's leading him to go downhill in the battle?
Yeah. Are you ready to do one of your topics so that I can put it on screen and go to the bathroom? Preferably one of your long ones that you've already wrote.
Not
quite. Kamui, you're killing me here.
We do one more short topic and we should be good. So I'm about to start the eggs, which only takes a couple minutes.
Oh my gosh. You're killing me here. Okay, here's one. If they were alive, who would be the best role model and mentor for Naruto? And this is like a 4-option poll on YouTube. So I'll just tell you the 4 options, and because you're not looking anyways. I'm curious what you think people are going to vote for. So this was 2.4 thousand votes, 2.4k votes. So the options of these 4 that people voted are Dawn, Yahiko, Shisui, and Itachi. So how many people do you think voted for Dawn to be the best role model and mentor for Naruto?
Is this for over the time skip in general, part 1?
Doesn't clarify. Let's just say they replaced Jiraiya.
Okay. It would be the best.
Yeah, so again, there's 4 options here, so 25% would be average, so you can say like below average, above average, but like I think percentage-wise would be best. So again, from the 4 options, you have Dawn, Yahiko, Shisui, and Itachi. How many people do you think voted for Dawn?
So just doing not specific numbers yet. I'm guessing Dawn and Shisui were below 25, and Itachi and Yahiko over.
Okay.
I think those would be the 2 highest.
Okay. Interesting. I would agree. Without knowing it, I would agree.
I feel like Itachi's popularity would carry him as the number 1. But I feel like Yahiko should be higher.
Okay, interesting.
Because they're more similar, so they get each other better. Itachi would be good,
but then again, I don't know if similarities necessarily are the best mentors in Naruto. For example,
because Itachi would definitely
with relationships,
he doesn't the lore. So.
That's exactly true. But with relationships, we know at the very least for mentors, it does seem to be what you're saying, to where similarities attract or whatever. But for like romantic relationships in Naruto, it seems like almost every single instance would be opposites attract. In fact, that's the thing that like they say in one of the novels, is one of the reasons that Sakura and Naruto wouldn't be good together is because they'd always be butting heads because of their personalities are too similar. So like Naruto needs someone submissive like Hinata, and Sakura needs someone submissive like Sasuke. Then obviously you have Choji and Karui, so that's like probably the most prevalent example. Sai and Ino as well, very similar to that example. I don't think you would count, because I was thinking about this too. I don't know if you would even count Shikamaru and Tamari as opposites. I think they're similar.
They might be the exception, but Tamari is kind of hot-headed, so I think you can count them.
Okay, yeah, that is fair. Okay, are there any other examples in Naruto that would be relevant? Oh, Minato and Kushina. That's an obvious one. That might be it.
I have one that we just don't know. Minato Hashirama.
Okay, that's fair.
Tobirama and his wife. Hiruzen and Biwako.
Hiruzen and Biwako's crazy.
I think they're just both submissive.
Oh, I got a funny one for you. Konohamaru and Matsuri.
Well, actually, that's a good point. Konohamaru with the leggings, just normal leggings. Which would be which?
I'm gonna say Moegi's the crazy one based on a clip that I have and we can watch. But yeah.
But
That being
Konohamaru is
said,
like the goofy one who's doing sexy jutsu.
I mean, I guess. That being said, I guess Kawaki and Ada also work for this dynamic. But that being said, if they're doing that, I feel like Sarada and Boruto can't wind up together, and it has to be Boruto and Sumire. That's what I think.
See, the problem is that they just don't really fit the tropes as much because Sarada isn't as Sakura-y as Sakura, and Boruto isn't as Naruto-y as Naruto.
Sakura's like Naruto, sorry, Sarada is like Naruto, and she's always been like Naruto. You can say she's matured more recently, but I think if anything, she's unmatured, if anything. Boruto, he's acting cold with the smolder face like Sasuke, but that's not his real personality. His real personality is what we saw in part 1, which is the hot-headed. I think they're both like Naruto.
But they're less. But my point is, Naruto's a 10. They're like a 6. Like they're lower, even if they're like him.
Okay.
So it's just not as extreme.
I mean, either way, they're definitely not opposites in this regard.
Yeah, and then of course, but I mean, Kawaki even like Naruto. That sense he is, but he isn't.
Yeah, he's not like Naruto. He's hot-headed though. That's for sure. I mean, it's like Karui and Shoji. You're not gonna say Karui's like Naruto and Shoji's like Hinata, but you get the idea.
Well, Shoji's like Karu when it comes to food. Calling him fat.
Okay, well then in that case, Hinata's like Naruto when it comes to ramen. Doesn't count.
But you are correct, though. I think that in terms of tropes, but like, I mean, frankly, between Sarada, Sumire, you know what? This is a good segue topic. Between Sarada and Sumire and Ada, okay, there's 3 girls, 2 boys. I doubt Sumire is going to end up with Shinki now that Yodo's dead or anything like that. So that doesn't happen.
Well, I'm sure your answer is going to be the same as mine before you even ask it. But my answer is I don't care.
Yes. And also not Sarada, because I don't think Sarada will be the one who's the gold.
And so I'm assuming the question is who ends up with who?
No, the question is who will be the one left alone.
Oh. Well, I don't think anyone's going to be alone. I think they're just going to, like, do whatever Kiba did and find a girlfriend, or Ino randomly getting with Sai, Choji randomly getting with Karui. Like, it's going to be like, if they're going to do this, they're going to have Kawaki end up with Hebichiro, or whoever, the, like, 7 Ninja Swords girl was, if you remember. Like, some random thing like that. Actually, no, she died, didn't she? I don't remember who died. You get the idea.
Bhutan.
Bhutan, yeah, there you go. It's gonna be Kawaki and Bhutan. There you go. That's endgame. Everyone ends up happy.
They actually might work.
Yeah. Or they could do a thing to where they just kill off Boruto, like some people are predicting, anyways. That's gonna be the end of the series.
Well, really not helping out. There's only 1 man left.
Then 2 people. Well, you know what? They'll kill off 2 girls. Then there you go.
Well, what I was gonna say is one of the girls might die, which would either be Ada or Sumire in that case.
I'd rather if Sumire dies. Just because I don't care.
Well, regardless of who you want, who do you think's more likely?
You know what? I'll let you answer so I can go to the bathroom.
Well, that's not a long bathroom break.
Well,
Can you do it
good
in
luck.
30 seconds? Wait a minute, I just realized something. You wanted me to present my topics without you being there to hear them. Isn't that kind of stupid? Can't hear the topic. But well, right now I'm taking out the trash. Okay, the answer to the question is I don't know. Because you both died from like um I mean I think it's kind of tricky because like I totally see Samurai being someone who could end up with Kawaki or something of that nature being there for him. But I can also see her dying. It's a side topic. If Sumerame does die, I will only accept it if it's because Amado kills her. I don't want any other reason for Sumerame to die. For Ada, I think the options are definitely very plentiful. I guess the problem with Ada is I don't know how I would want her to die. I guess Code might be the only way I'm okay with it. Like if Code did it, but like that doesn't mean I'm okay with that. So Ada might be off the table for me. So I'm gonna pick Sumerang so that Amado can be sus. That's my answer. Now I don't have the ability to check topics for anything else right now. So in the meantime, how's chat doing? What is chat saying? Because I can't read it. So hopefully chat's saying something. All right, 1 minute, I'll be able to do this. All right, I'll check chat while I take the trash in. Key space left. The final Monarch fight is tragic, as is most of the war going into Archduke range. Editing marketing resume says Orochimaru figured out Tobi was Obito, and that's how Kabuto knows. Presumably, it's possible that Kabuto figured it out on his own, and then Orochimaru just got inserted with knowledge off screen just because. But if you don't assume that, then if you win, why? Editing marketing resume, if you can type in however many comments it takes, why? Or leave a comment after the stream, I don't care. Either way, why would you have the mystery coffin be written? In Oodie, how freaking long do you have to take? Wish you could just put your AirPods in or not. It's so annoying. Go to the bathroom for like 3 hours. I don't want to present anything until you're back. You need to just go to the bathroom on stream the way I do, where you can still talk. Very inconvenient. Going to topics.
Hey, my main man Kamui.
You know, you could have done this other topic here that you skipped.
Well, we were on the if they were alive, who would be the best role model and mentor for Naruto topic.
You know, you should have segued back to that so I could keep getting that midway. I kind of just forgot that we never finished.
Well, now that you remember, out of 25%, where would you say Dawn is, unless you've already looked?
I haven't looked yet.
Okay, cool.
My laptop's on screensaver. I'm in front of my laptop and it's on screensaver, so I can't see still. I'll give it over 10%. So the number is coming to my mind. I'm going to give you 3 guesses and stop there. But 11, 19, or 13. I think are going to be my 3 guesses. Are any of those correct?
Well, for Dawn, You said over, you should have said under, because it's just under 10% at 9%. You're pretty close.
I guess 11 and 19 are kind of close. Okay. So I'll keep that in mind. So, okay, is Shisui third place? Like I thought?
Shisui is third place. If you want to go in order from least to most, that's fine. Okay.
Okay.
So Shisui's third, so you know he's at least 9% tied with Dawn, but probably higher. Where would you say Shisui is?
Okay, I'm gonna guess first under 25%. Am I correct or wrong?
You're correct.
Okay. Then I'm gonna go with similar answers, but I'm gonna say 11, 19, or 23. That's my guesses.
Ooh. So, it wasn't an over or an under, it was exactly 10%. 1% above Dawn. He was at 9.
Oh, God, okay. 11 was really close again.
So that means in total, that's 19% between Dawn and Shisui, leaving, 79%? Is that right? No, 71%? 81? Yeah. 81% between Yahiko and Itachi.
Okay.
So, who do you think was in third?
I guess it's going to be Yahiko second place.
Okay. Is
that correct?
Do you want me to answer that?
Yeah, go ahead and answer that.
Yahiko has more than Itachi.
He has more? Okay,
yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I would have thought otherwise as well.
Okay. So, it has to be at least 40-41. Assuming they're not as close as before, though. Are any of them over half? I guess, is Yahiko over 50%?
Yahiko's is over 50%.
Okay. Then I'm going to guess 63% Yahiko and then whatever else for Itachi.
Okay. You were as close as it could have been. It is 62% for Yahiko.
Oh my god, my other guess is going to be 61.
Still, though, that is, again, very close. I cannot believe, out of 4 options to where 25% is, the average, someone, I don't even care who, someone at all has 62%. That is high for a percentage. That means Itachi has 19%, which is, respectable, but not even, not
even close, yeah. They really liked Yahiko.
Yeah, because, again, the average is 25%. All 3 of the other options, including Itachi, had less than average.
Also, worth noting that Itachi's Shisui too, but especially Itachi, just is popular. You would think.
Yeah.
And he probably would be a good sensitive. So you would think he'd get a lot more votes.
I was surprised at how high Shisui was at 10%, strictly because Itachi's on the poll. If Itachi's on this poll, why would you vote for Shisui? Over Itachi? Itachi just the better Shisui in regards of the fandom, for this, anyways.
Yeah.
I don't know. Unless they're, hypothetically assuming that, if Shisui is Naruto's mentor, that frees up Itachi to be Sasuke's mentor, or something like that, but that was not specified, so I don't know.
Well, the alternative could arguably be more interesting. Itachi's Naruto-sensei and Shisui's Sasuke's.
Could work. We're going for a Boruto Kawaki reverse opposite parallel there. I love it.
Exactly. It's just like Boruto and Kawaki.
Yeah. Okay. Now, with that being said, of these 4 options, who do you think would be... who would you vote for? Who do you think is the best and the worst? I can start first if you want.
Yeah, you go ahead and go first.
Okay. So I'm going to say Dawn in terms of these 4 who I would want to see, it would be Dawn. Just because I want to see more of the generational prodigy before Minato. And also, to be fair, I think that'd be really cool to connect to, Tsunade things, and however that unironically would connect to Minato. Like, Don would just be cool. I don't think he would actually be like the best mentor for Naruto in terms of like being Naruto's teacher to help him grow as a shinobi. Of these four, that might be Shisui, actually, unironically.
Well, the funny thing with Shisui is, okay, this is the worst reason to pick him, but in theory, he could just Koto Matsukami Naruto to be a better student.
I don't think it works like that. Like, I don't think you can Koto someone to throw a shuriken straight.
No. I mean, like, to study. To, like, want to study.
Okay. I thought you meant, like, Koto him to just be stronger.
No. I meant be a better student in the sense of, like, wanting to, like, learn.
It's crazy. With that in mind, since Koto and like other genjutsu like directly affect the brain anyways, I wonder if you could like trick Rock Lee into like thinking he is using the gates or not using the gates or something to like make him stronger in base without actually using the gates or something like that.
I'm like gonna say the trick him into using ninjutsu.
Actually thinking about it, okay, how does shadow possession work? If Shikamaru just like possessed Lee and like had him do hand signs perfectly, could Lee just perform ninjutsu?
Well, I was wondering about that though, like, so like shadow possession might not be able to replicate jutsu. Like, even if it's just not Rock Lee, like if Shikamaru does it to Choji, I don't know if he can make Choji do a fireball jutsu or something, but genjutsu control can be pretty specific in hypothetically something very high level, so something that Obito, Itachi, or Shizui could do. Let's just say Shizui's Kodomatsu Kami to make it simple. So assuming the issue is skill and not like literal genetic ability, could Shizui make Rock Lee use ninjutsu because Shizui knows how to do it? And as a result, help open up Rock Lee's ability to use it? Like, could that work?
I think so. At least like the first bit. I don't know if it would work in the long term, but it would probably like advance it at the first little bit of the training, I'd imagine. At least subliminally.
Or at least while Shizui's genjutsuing him.
Yeah. So, okay, this would be also really cool if Shikamaru...
What if that's how Guy learned the summoning jutsu?
Hilarious. I don't know. I don't think that you can use Shadow Possession to have someone else like copy someone else's like nature elemental style, especially in Kekkei Genkai. So I don't think that Shikamaru can have Choji perform a fire style if Choji just can't perform.
Okay, but like, let's just say something generic though, like the clone jutsu.
Yeah, exactly. But actually, that's where I was gonna go with something else. Is maybe instead of like his fight versus Keen, to where he's possessing her to like throw a shuriken at himself, so he like does the instinctual like dodge backwards so that Keen hits her head on the wall. As cool as that is, you already agreed the Shikamaru versus Keen fight is like one of the like least memorable fights in the tuning exams at the very least. I'm not saying give Keen like an epic cool Kekkei Genkai like Haku's ice style or something. And I don't even know how this would work, but it would be really cool if the concept they used there for the Shikamaru versus Keen
sound style.
Sound style is ridiculous, but I'm thinking of something where Shikamaru is performing hand signs for a jutsu he knows he can't do because he doesn't have the Kekkei Genkai, but that the other person has the Kekkei Genkai so that they can and will do it. So if like if
I like the concept.
Yeah, like I don't know how he would do it. Like if he's fighting Haku, he's gonna do the hand styles for ice style to make Haku do the ice style when Shikamaru can, so that it's somehow gonna defeat Haku rather than himself. But at that point, it would just be like Haku shooting ice style at Shikamaru, which I don't know how that would work in this regard. So it might be the other way around, where it's a jutsu that Shikamaru knows he can do, but the enemy can't. But that doesn't feel as cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be as cool, but I don't know. That's what I'm thinking.
Whoa. There's the issue of Shikamaru's thing is jutsu that anyone can technically learn if they just are taught it.
Yeah. I mean, Shikamaru would have to have some nature elemental, and I don't even know which one he would have. Like, I guess wind style.
I don't know
because
which one he
Asuma.
has either, off the top of my head.
I would think wind style because of Asuma, but I could be wrong.
Well, I was thinking wind or fire because of Asuma.
That's fair. I just can't see Shikamaru performing like a fireball or something.
I can't see him performing any jutsu that isn't shadows.
That's fair.
He never does it.
To be fair, I feel like fire style sort of negates shadow style in a way, anyways, in a weird way. But wind style, I could just see.
It might be like, remember the sun?
Closest.
Oh wait, no, I don't know. He could probably use fire style to make a shadow. The angles are right.
That's true. I don't know. I mean, you agree with me that it's just shadow style is just weird in regards to how light and the shadows work in Naruto, anyways.
Shadow style should just be a Kekkei guy.
That's fair.
It feels like an element.
Yeah.
Okay. Since I'm here now, which topic should I do first?
Oh, real quick. Okay, so the worst mentor for Naruto. Let's go back to that. So of the four, and if you need me to repeat them, I can. So between Don, Yahiko, Shisui, and Itachi, who do you think would be the worst mentor for Naruto? Either physically or just like spiritually, mentally, whatever you want to say.
Well, I don't like using the word worst because it makes them sound bad. I don't think any of them would be bad, but least good is really what you mean. But
sure.
I mean, in what way? In terms of power or emotional development or the aggregate?
Aggregate.
God damn it.
If you want to tackle them individually, you can.
It goes without saying, Itachi and Shisui probably number one. Maybe Don if Naruto can learn the spirit transformation jutsu because it's OP as hell.
That's stupid. I love it.
But if he can't learn it, then Itachi or Shisui. Well, then again, I mean, I'm sure they would. Itachi and Shisui would probably help Naruto with skills, but like a lot of their stuff, I don't think Naruto can do. Like he can't use Genjutsu, that's for sure. But they could probably help him be better at it. But
at the very least, better at negating it.
I mean, I will say actually, for something I think Naruto could implement into his fighting style, Shisui's body flicker with the multi-shadow clone might just be the most OP after image thing of all time.
No, I do think Shisui would be the best physically, because I think he would be the most, like, beneficial to Naruto's teaching in terms of just, like, his stats or whatever. Like, body flicker alone. Just have Naruto be faster, no one can touch him.
Yeah.
Really fits Naruto's arsenal the best anyways.
And Naruto's got the chakra reserves to spam the body flicker jutsu, so...
Because, like, what would Itachi even teach Naruto? How to throw a shuriken straight? Okay. He can't really teach Naruto anything else.
That's the problem. There's like that's what I was gonna say.
He would be able to teach him.
It depends on whether Naruto can learn the spirit transformation.
I think
Yahiko
Itachi would be good at teaching him like Genjutsu negation, though, better than Jiraiya ever could have.
Yeah, but whereas I'm pretty sure Shisui can handle that department. Because
I agree.
Itachi might generally be better at Genjutsu, whereas Shisui just has the better Mangekyo Genjutsu. But like, they're both super good at it. And frankly, Naruto's so bad at it that all he needs is just a better teacher than Jiraiya in terms of Genjutsu. So,
considering Jiraiya's advice was, oh, well, Mr. Jiraiya, what happens if I can't break out of it? Give up. That's all you can't, just give up. That's not good advice. Jiraiya sucked as a teacher. I don't care what you say. Like, it's cool because it's hyping up Itachi's Genjutsu, which is a real reason. But, like, in universe, that's not advice to give up. No. But anyway.
They were really hyping up the if it's 1-on-1 run, if it's 2-on-1 fight thing at the time.
Yeah. outside of spirit jutsu or whatever, I think Dawn, just as a general apology, could have just given Naruto general consistency, like his stats or whatever. Basically what Naruto was supposed to learn over the time skip anyways. He arguably did, but you get the idea.
Well,
bringing him up to the level that he should have been at.
But...
I think Dawn, of these four, I think Dawn could have made Naruto the smartest.
That arguably would go to Itachi, even maybe Shizui. Problem is, we can't really scale the intelligence of Dawn and Shizui too much.
I just think as a combatant, I think Dawn would have made Naruto the smartest. He would have ended up the most like Menma if he trained under Dawn.
So, again, we can't confirm because we don't see enough from Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to disagree and go with Itachi for that because I know you hate it, but Itachi just is the famous every jutsu has a weakness battle analytic guy alongside Shikamaru, I guess you could say. But like Itachi just is the guy for that. So if he's able to make Naruto better at that, I mean, it goes without saying, and there you go. So I'm gonna pick Itachi for smart battle IQ. I
feel like that just clashes with the way Naruto learns, though. Like Itachi would say that, and like it's not going to be in an emotional moment where Naruto's focused.
That works with how Naruto learns. You don't know Dawn well.
I think it would work well. I think Dawn would work well, but that's just me. But I think Naruto would not want to butt heads, but he just wouldn't be able to figure out what Itachi's really trying to mean. Or he would like too overemphasize focus on it, and he would just like lose to the jutsu by trying to find the weakness of the jutsu. Like he would just stand still thinking about the fire style instead of learning how to like get around it.
I don't think he would do that, but that would be really funny. As like a gag thing that happens in training, I would love it.
No, like exactly though. Like Itachi would try and tell Naruto the move behind the move, and so Naruto would be too busy thinking about the move behind the move that he would just die to the move. I can genuinely see that because I think that's what Naruto would do. Because Itachi's smart. He's the smartest of these four.
Like training gag moments, because in serious fights we've seen him do well against strategic fighters and shit. Like he's not that dumb in battle like most.
But then we've also seen him be dumb in battle. It's inconsistent, and so we would go for the lower end instead of the higher end.
It depends on whether. Well, usually, dumb in battle is for funny scenes. What I'm presenting with training, because they can't be too serious. And then when it's serious, he's smart. Like,
I don't think that really matters in this case for sure.
Well, I'm talking about how Kishimoto would do it.
Well, that is how he would do it, but you're saying it in a way to dismiss the dumb moments as, like, less important or whatever.
Well, I'm just thinking I would want it to be in a training moment, but...
I mean, okay. I'm just saying, I don't think Naruto's a smart combatant, and you can say whatever, he has his smart moments, like against Zabuza, but if he's...
I'm gonna walk away and wash my hands while you talk real quick, so I won't respond.
Okay, but like if Naruto is later going on to, even in the war arc, being dumb, fighting Jubito to where Tobirama is commenting on how dumb he is, then I'm not going to say Naruto's a smart combatant, even though he did something that you would consider smart at the beginning of the series against Zabuza. Like, yes, he can have his smart moments, he can uppercut Neji in some brilliant way, but I'm not going to say Naruto's a smart fighter when the series itself is telling you otherwise. Naruto is dumb. He just is. It doesn't count if he's a sly like a fox and out-tricks somebody. He's not outsmarting somebody like Sasuke would. Being unorthodox and doing the last thing they would expect rather than doing like a chess move. Like he's doing the last thing they would expect. The one thing that wouldn't work is the one thing that does. Like he's so stupid that it turns out to be so effective because he's fighting smart characters. If anything. We're expecting something smart. It's like
the
if he's
the problem is like that's not what happens in plenty of examples. Like we can list off a lot of examples where what you're saying just isn't the case. The fact is it's inconsistent because
Naruto is quote unquote dumb, but the real thing is that he's a knuckleheaded goofball. He's the main thing with his battle IQ is creativity, but there are times where he is discerning his opponent's abilities pretty smart. But the main call to fame is his creative strategies, and they are just smart in many cases. For example, the third Raikage strategy. That's not being the most crazy wacko thing would never work, but no, that just is being smart based off his information. He's figured out how the third Raikage injured himself, and he used it against them. Naruto versus Pain, specifically the Naraka path and the animal path, that's not the stupid strategy no one would expect. No, I mean, I'm clowning on Pain for not just looking up at the sky. I think it's portrayed pretty badly there. I'm just gonna be honest. It's kind of one of the dumbest things in the fight.
Well, wait, hang on, because if we're saying portrayal of the anime, then I'm not going to count the third Raikage scene, because it's doing the thing similar to the Obito fight, where Kakashi figured it out, and they're doing the thing to blast off Obito's mask and then going back to explain it afterwards for the audience.
But that doesn't change what happened in the actual timeline. Canon is like,
okay. I'm saying Naruto's probably portrayed as more smart than the anime is letting on in the third Raikage fight, based on the framing of it in terms of scene order to the audience.
I don't think that's true, because he talks to
Yuki.
You could say that because because he figures it out like 1 second when it takes him, I don't know, 15 seconds to explain it. But like, so it sounds smarter when you do it the quick, oh, I get it, versus actually explaining it. I mean, yeah, but like, it's still smart objectively. But coming back to the Naraka path thing, I think it's so stupid. Yeah, he made a smoke bomb, came over or whatever, but it makes Pain look dumb there, because it's just like, whereas, yes, I get the tactic with the Rasen Shuriken transformation jutsu tackle, blah, 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 blah. But like, the smoke bomb, I just feel like he's got like 6 eyes to look at. Like, just one of them could have looked up, and like, if the freaking human path just looked up for that one moment, the plan fails. So it makes Pain look dumb there. The animal path I'm fine with there, but the Naraka path, I did not like that. I'm just gonna be honest. But probably my 2 biggest bones to pick with the Pain fight are how the Naraka path is defeated and how the human path's defeated.
Yeah, but then even then, I would say in both the third Raikage case and the Pain case, Naruto isn't outsmarting his opponent.
Well,
like, they're not losing a battle of intelligence.
The third Raikage, you can't. It's not that he's outsmarting him, because the third Raikage's mind is off. So it's not. If anything, it's outsmarting Kabuto, not the third Raikage. But it's my point is that you don't have. First of all, you don't have to outsmart your opponent to be smart in battle. Like, he can just do a smart thing. The third Raikage has no idea that he even knows about the third Raikage versus the Eight-Tails fight or anything. He doesn't know that. So it's not outsmarting him, but it doesn't mean he didn't think about it smartly and devise a counter. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Now, the Pain one, no, sorry. I'm going to say he outsmarted Pain, because Pain was... you can blame it all on Pain being stupid. Pain was being stupid. One of the paths could have looked up. There's literally no harm in that. They got 6 eyes sharing vision anyway. I don't know why he didn't just look at his surroundings to make sure. But that's beside the point.
Whatever.
Moving on.
So are we back to the worst mentor for Naruto? Because I don't think we ever actually gave our answers.
I don't want to pick Yahiko, because I think there's things he could do.
Maybe I can convince you.
Might be him.
Because, well, no, I am assured Yahiko of these 4 would be the worst mentor for Naruto. And I'm not even going to say the least good. I would say the worst, because I do think Yahiko might actually just be bad for Naruto. Because, yeah, you can say that Naruto and Yahiko are similar and have a lot of parallels, but I think that's really where you draw the line, because if you think about it realistically, first of all, Yahiko's hot-headed and comes from like a place of poverty, so he's going to be treating Naruto not in the best way during their training. in a way to where for Naruto's growth, he's going to put Naruto in dangerous, precarious situations, but not like Jiraiya did. And to be fair, Jiraiya's like going to kill Naruto the one time he knocked him off a cliff. But like besides that,
Yeah, but like I don't know if I agree with that though, because I feel like Yahiko's training of Naruto would just be mimicking Jiraiya's with the Rain siblings, which Jiraiya was not putting them in dangerous situations at all.
I
feel
don't
like he would
think
just
that.
train
No,
them,
no.
but we
I
don't know
think
how Jiraiya
yes.
trained them. Seemingly, he did better than he did with Naruto,
Okay.
but he trained him like the young Jiraiya.
Obviously, Jiraiya, Yahiko, Naruto, Hashirama, Ashura, they all fall on like one side of the spectrum. They're all trying to say they're one side of history. They're the yang half, the light half, the good half.
You actually got it right for once.
Yeah, I specifically said it correctly on purpose there, just to make my point stronger. Despite that, obviously these all aren't the same characters and they all have different personalities, behaviors, character traits, etc., etc. So yes, whereas Yahiko and Jiraiya are on the same side of the story, I'm not going to say that they're similar beyond the aspects that they try and portray as that type of character. Yahiko did come from the Rain Village, which is a place of darkness. Yahiko does have darkness in his heart. You can disagree, but he also just had a god complex, and I think he would be careless, and I don't want to say inconsiderate with Naruto's training, but he would do so in a way to where it would be a learning experience for Yahiko. He would have to learn how to be a good teacher, in my opinion.
I guess we never really address whether this is going to be each person's first student or just in whatever adulthood, because I'm thinking of the Akatsuki Yahiko, who's got like all those allies that he's been with for so long. He trained with Jiraiya, blah blah blah. But if you're thinking like his first student, that could definitely impact us, but that would apply to all the others too. We don't know what old Don is like, but his first students or whatever for comparison. So I feel like we got to use their like peak adulthood for this question.
Sure, I mean, you can take them when they died. I think that's fair. And yes, Yahiko was the leader of the Akatsuki. He's going
to need as much of a learning experience because he's been working together with seemingly much weaker people based off the anime filler episodes than himself. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. I feel like his training, Yahiko just seemed very like cool by that point. He wasn't like his younger self anymore. To be honest, he wasn't like Sasuke in terms of that side of the what you were saying with the yin and yang stuff, but like he just isn't like the goofball. He's not acting like young Yahiko anymore. Like he just is like chilled out.
I don't know about that. I mean, I see why you're saying that. I agree he matured, but I don't think he ever mellowed out. I think Yahiko, by his death, was similar to how Kabuto was portrayed to be during the Forest of Death.
What scene are you talking about?
In general, to where, yeah, he's a nice guy, but if you do anything wrong, he's gonna flip. And so I feel like Yahiko is gonna flip out on Naruto, because Naruto's gonna do something wrong
what are you basing
on
that
accident.
On?
Just in general, that's just how I would imagine
He doesn't flip out on Hanzo. I feel like that'd be the time.
That's different.
No, it's not. That would be the time. If he was like that still, I mean, look, I'm sure he has his core stuff, but he's just not being the same. He just kind of drifted off from that. Anyway, let's just move on. I still probably pick Yahiko, but not because I think he'd be bad. I just think he's probably the least good of among these options. Kind of just all depends on Don.
Again, Yahiko's coming from the third world orphanage cutthroat society. I think Yahiko's more on the non-compromising side, even though he's the leader of the Akatsuki, the peace organization.
But again, though, based off what we see, how he acts with those other people who just want to become Akatsuki members, and the fact that Jiraiya's the only way he knows of training is the way Jiraiya trained him. So I feel like that's what he would try to emulate.
There's a difference to being the leader of an organization and being the individual teacher to a human being.
I know, but again though, based off the personality we see in these scenes and based off his own experience as a student of Jiraiya, that leans credence to him being a teacher, kind of like Dawn style, to be honest. I'm not going to say quite as Donnie as Dawn, but like it's in that direction. We just can agree to disagree.
Okay. I because we know that Kakashi had like darkness surrounding him like his whole life or whatever, but Kakashi's able to control it. I feel like Yahiko is a little bit more hot-headed like Naruto. I feel like Yahiko just isn't able to control it to the same degree.
I just don't think you can say that based off the Hanzo situation. My man stayed completely calm. The one who lost his cool was Nagato. If anything, Nagato was the hot-headed one there, not Yahiko. Yahiko stayed completely calm.
I would not say running into your best friend's kunai, making your best friend kill you, is a calm and rational decision. I think that because he's not being normal Yahiko, he's being leader Yahiko, which I would consider a different person that he actively has to focus on behavioral and personality-wise. And I think being in that serious moment makes it
I don't think
different.
that was being leader Yahiko. I think that was friend Yahiko who didn't want... He didn't make Nagato kill him, really. He basically, he quote-unquote did, but he basically killed himself so that Nagato wouldn't have to do anything and Konan wouldn't die.
And we saw what effect that had on Nagato. Did Yahiko even consider that?
Well, Yahiko didn't expect that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, didn't expect that of his best friend of a decade or two. That he's the closest person he's ever known.
I'm going to go on a limb and say he definitely didn't expect Nagato to join Obito and have his new 6 paths of pain god complex thing where a cycle of hatred destroy the 5 great nations, blah, blah, blah. Yeah,
but again, you see how Yahiko treats Obito in their very first appearance ever. You could say, oh, Obito's the bad guy there. I don't care.
He dismisses him.
He doesn't dismiss him.
He's not expecting Nagato to join him.
Okay, that's not my point.
We're moving on from Yahiko at this point. We're clearly not going to agree. We're both on the polar opposite end of the spectrum on this.
I don't see why you want to move on just because we disagree. Like, that's not the point of the conversation, but whatever.
Because I don't feel like we're progressing. I feel like we're only degressing.
We're saying only new things, but it doesn't matter. We can move on. It's not about convincing one another.
I just feel like we're both whatever. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I think it's fine. It's getting both of our sides out there, and I want to say everything that I wanted to say in regards to that anyway.
All right, whatever. Keep saying your thing. Just keep saying it, whatever.
Okay, well, I mean, I was basically done, but I guess you could say that.
Oh my god, the way you keep playing it!
Well, no, it's not because I want to say on it. It's because I'm responding to you wanting to move on because of this reason. I disagree with your reasoning, not with you wanting to move on.
Okay, whatever. We're going to agree to disagree.
Well, with that being said, I would say that Yahiko is unfiltered. I would also say, say that Yahiko...
Okay, we do not agree on Yahiko,
listen, I would also say that Yahiko's like Hashirama, to where, yes, Hashirama can be the leader that he needs to be, but Hashirama's personality is very different from that. He's the lighthearted guy who doesn't really care about very much. He's almost like Shikamaru. Yeah, actually, Shikamaru's an even better example. Shikamaru can be the Hokage. He can step up if he needs to be. But no, he's the lazy guy who wants to look at a cloud. He doesn't want to be that guy, but he can. I think Yahiko's the exact same way.
In what sense?
Yahiko wants to save the world, so he needs to be the person that the world needs in order to save it. But deep down, Yahiko's still that same god complex kid who's doing this just because he wants to change the world.
Well, that's an interesting idea. Can't really confirm or deny it with any arguments.
Well, I just think that's is there anything in the series that tells you Yahiko changed his original, like, not original, but like his motivation for wanting to lead the Akatsuki to be a peaceful organization or any of that?
More so, the only thing I would say there is if all this fighting never stops, then I'll just become a god and make it stop. Sounds like I singularly will be the god that rules this world and makes it stop. Whereas his mindset with the Akatsuki is all about cooperation, cooperating with his group, cooperating with Hanzo, the Rain Village, cooperating with the 5 Great Nations. It's very cooperation focused, not godly doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, what he's doing just isn't what he said back then. And instead, it's Nagato who took that approach.
Whereas,
so that's kind of why.
I see what you're saying. I would disagree because I don't think the focus is on specifically I alone have to be the one to do it. The whole point is that he doesn't think the world itself is going to do it. So it's whatever actions that Yahiko himself takes, which in this case is going to be found in the Akatsuki. So it's going to be the Akatsuki that changed the world. I think that was always his goal. Because I don't think his goal from the get-go was to not form the Akatsuki in particular, and he has to do it on his own, and screw forming an organization. Because the whole point was he joined up with Nagato in the first place. Why would he even do that if he's saying that I have to
get
do
what you're saying, but like, he's definitely none of his, and a lot of this is filler anyway, but nothing he says there feels remotely like someone with a god complex. Like, if you remove that one line as a kid and look at Yahiko's scenes, you're not saying he has a god complex.
Yes, but I think that one scene explains like his whole character even later on. Because it's the same thing with Death Note.
No, really, it explains Nagato's character.
I mean, you sure, but I think it explains both. But it's similar to Death Note with Light with boredom. He says that like at the beginning of the series, and sure, it's echoed a few times through Rook and whatever, but like the whole series,
yeah, but it's actually shown, and it actually is consistent. Multiple, like everything leads in that direction. Whereas with Yahiko's case, it's like if that line wasn't there, it's just I don't know.
But then you say that,
really
but then
like
I'd argue it's shown, because then I would argue he's a hypocrite by being the leader of the Akatsuki. Everyone should be a leader if it's a cooperative organization where they're all going to change the world together. Did he
want Nagato to be the leader, and then everyone said, no, you be leader? That might have been filler only, to be fair, but still.
I don't remember, but either way, if he accepts, that's still him going against the point. He should just say no again. He refuses to accept the leadership position.
Well, it shows that he didn't want it. At least he didn't want to be a god.
It would contradict the entire meaning of the Akatsuki being a cooperative organization where they all do it together.
No, they demanded him be leader. It's like Hashirama didn't want to be leader. He wanted to be Madara, but like he still accepted it when that wasn't allowed, basically.
Okay, he was peer pressured into making that mistake. You could say the same about Yahiko if that's the reason he changed. If you
sure, he's peer pressure, but that's not how god complexes work.
Power corrupts, he's the leader. There you go.
But he wasn't corrupted.
I
guess Naruto's corrupt.
Okay, so hypothetically, if Hanzo didn't demand the hostage situation where one of them dies, how do you think negotiations between Yahiko and Hanzo would have gone?
Well, if you go by the filler, before Danzo being Kanzo stepped in, Hanzo was just on board. He was like they were just gonna walk up, shake hands, and be on board. It was gonna be the easiest negotiation ever.
Okay, sure.
Danzo had to trick Hanzo into not wanting it.
Whereas, yes, I'm not looking at it from that perspective, obviously. I'm going with the perspective of how Hanzo was there. And realistically, I'm saying less about Hanzo and more about Yahiko. How would Yahiko go about it? What would he do? Because he's not going to be his lighthearted, let's be peaceful stuff. No, he's going to be the serious leader that needs to be the serious leader.
Wait, what's the exact situation here as far as the setup?
Hanzo is still going to, like, be the guy, but he's just not going to make Yahiko kill himself.
Is he going to have kidnapped Konan, or just going to be like, I don't trust you, and that's the start of the conversation?
You know what? Yeah, let's have him kidnap Konan. I don't think that really matters, but we'll say for now, yeah, he kidnaps Konan.
I think it does, because for obvious reasons, but...
Okay, he doesn't kidnap Konan, but Yahiko knows that Hanzo is stronger than all of them. How about that?
Okay.
Or at least if they fight, it's going to be an equal battle.
He's not instantly saying yes, he's being like Danzo convinced him to not trust him for this hypothetical?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Well, there is a major problem, which is we don't know enough about the politics in general to say what political argument he would make just for objectivity on this behalf.
This is okay. This is okay. So, okay, let's just say it just goes the way it does canon. Hanzo tricks him. Everything happens there. I'm gonna say that Hanzo considers the advice. He kidnaps Conan. Whatever you want to say. The whole point is that he's not the one demanding anything of Yahiko. He's waiting to hear what Yahiko's response is before Hanzo decides to do anything at all.
Well, first off, that's not how hostage situations work.
He doesn't have to kidnap Conan. Doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. The whole point is that he's not going to be the one to demand anything of Yahiko.
What is the response he's looking for? The response to what?
To see what the Akatsuki's motivations or goals are, see what Yahiko wants to do, etc., etc. He's going to do negotiations or whatever.
Yahiko would just say what he said in the filler episode before they go to Hanzo.
I don't think he's going to be talking to him like a human pathos emotional style. I think he's going to be talking to him as leader, like Hashirama as Hokage would. Well, even then, Hashirama has his own personal moment.
This is objectively good for the Rain Village.
No, I think he's going to be, like, frowning and using, like, his serious tone of voice and all this.
Okay, he can use a serious tone when explaining political whatever, but you're just being biased when you're just assuming frowns for no reason.
Okay,
you just have a neutral face. It doesn't have to be a frown.
No, he's gonna have, like, the slanted downward furrowed eyebrow.
You know why? I know why. Because
serious.
He's pain, and you hate pain. That's why. Get out of here with your bias. I've been thinking this whole conversation.
Definitely not it at all. Okay.
Yes, it is, bro. You can't fool me.
Well, okay, now it definitely sounds like I can't convince you, so that's definitely not gonna... So I just feel like, yeah, we can move on now.
Thank you.
Well, with that being said...
Okay. I guess next up.
That pretty well.
Copied and pasted this from chat, so...
Okay, so if we're doing this, we need to do this in chunks. So, we're not saying all of this at once, for the record. But go ahead.
Well, what do you mean?
I mean, if you want to say it all at the same time, sure. But I figured we would address it, like, bit by bit.
Oh, I mean... We might be able to do the top half, bottom half, but... Sure. So there's no context, but so to give you the context, it had to do with, like, Naruto, Sasuke losing some of their power-ups from the end of Shippuden.
I was skimming through it. Yeah, that conversation.
So I said, so Paradox didn't like it, and I said, I think the way it was done was good. I said, I think twice. That's hilarious. I think, depending on which form you think was awakened in each way. So, at the end of this, I give an explanation that just keeps things as consistent as it can.
Well, first of all, this goes to plot and story. Hagoromo gave it to him in the story. Obito gave it to him through the Tailed Beast in the plot. Same with Sasuke, Hagoromo, whereas Kabuto, Hashirama sells in the plot. So I think that's the real answer, and it doesn't actually go beyond that. You could make it more complex, but I think that was what Kishimoto was going for. Like, that's the real answer.
Could argue that. But Naruto got 2 different power-ups in particular. So you got 6-pass Sage Mode and 6-pass Jutsu. So I said, okay, ignoring what you just said, just tell me what you think about what I wrote then. Depending on which form you think was awakened each way. Naruto should keep the power granted through Obito giving Naruto the rest of the Bijuu. So I said Naruto should keep the power through Obito's gift, but he should lose the power directly given to him by Hagoromo.
Well, first, is that a rewrite, or is that like your theory of how what happened?
Well, both yes and both no. So the problem is which was which. The data book says Naruto was given 6-pass Sage Mode by Hagoromo, which makes no sense anyway.
I don't think that
So this
would be a direct translation, even if that's what it says. First of all, that could just be a mistranslation. It might just say blessed or something.
I have a alternative explanation to make things more consistent. But what were you saying though?
It could just be a mistranslation, or it could just mean something entirely different, like blessed by Hashirama or Hashirama. Hagoromo.
Who's that? Well, that's kind of my explanation, but but the data book directly says in what we have, he was given it by Hagoromo, which makes no sense anyway. So this would mean Naruto should have gotten 6-pass Senjutsu from Obito via Biju, which makes somewhat sense since Madara and Obito get the same power via the Ten Tails. But if that's the case, Naruto should lose 6-pass Sage Mode and keep 6-pass Senjutsu. There's no reason to lose 6-pass Senjutsu at all since he still has the Biju chakra as shown by him talking to the Biju in the anime. However, I didn't write this, but however, as it is, Naruto lost 6-pass Senjutsu and kept 6-pass Sage Mode. The opposite of what I would have just described. So do you have anything to say so far, or should I just get to my explanation?
So how do you know he lost 6-pass Senjutsu?
So 6-pass Sage Mode, very easy. Get plus size, no pigmentation. Simple as that.
And we see that in the Boruto anime.
At first. Huh?
And we see that in the Boruto anime.
Yeah. Well, not even just then. You see it when he's in KCM. He doesn't have the toad pigmentation orange thing that he has when he's doing Biju Sage Mode.
Sure.
He just doesn't have that. Then all of a sudden when he loses his powers in the manga, he goes back to doing Toad Sage Mode with the orange pigmentation. So there's clearly a difference there. It's not just the plus side, it's also the pigmentation. You see this in the anime, you see this in the manga.
Yeah.
So he has that. This is the thing he uses when he first fights Madara, when he's just in that. Again, it's really strong, beyond Ten Tails level I am, by the way. 6-pass Senjutsu. Well, when Naruto has it in Shippuden, what do we see? Well, first of all, the form just looks different. Many ways, by the way. He's got hair horns. He's got the 9 Magatama, Rinnegan, circly, whatever thing at the center, just like Hagoromo, Madara, and Obito. His chakra cloak is golden, not yellow, like it is before and after this. It just has different things, like it doesn't cover his so his skin isn't orange glowified, it's skin color. He's got the different blacks things, and you know what I'm saying, the form just looks different.
So immediately you know what I'm gonna say about that though, right?
Go ahead and say it.
Okay, you know what it is though.
But go ahead and say it.
Kishimoto versus Ikimoto artistic difference.
Okay. Now, here's my counter to that. Naruto Gaiden Boruto movie, drawn by Kishimoto. Different design.
Well, the Boruto movie wasn't drawn by Kishimoto, but I get what you mean.
Well, the designs were, and Naruto Gaiden was. Those designs of Kishimoto for Naruto, they're not exactly 100% the same as obviously Shippuden, obviously, but it's backtracking quite similar to the KCM design from before. It's also orange again. It's like, you compare adult Naruto KCM to mid-war arc KCM, quite similar. 6-pass Senjutsu one, very much an oddball in every way I've described. The markings, the hair horns, the skin color, the gold versus orange, and so on. It just is different. What else do you see? Well, he can fly. True Secret Orbs, you can make your argument to they all got blown up, whatever, but he doesn't have those, obviously. I'm not going to bank on that one, but those would be the main things.
So, you're not going to like this. I'm going to preface by you're not going to like this. But in, like, real life, considering Naruto Gaiden and Boruto when they came out or whatever, you're not going to like this. It is possible, though.
Kishimoto forgot.
Kishimoto forgot. And considering the gap of time between the releases there, and considering he forgot Himawari's Byakugan or Naruto's Byakugan, or who's it? Boruto's Byakugan, or the most painfully obvious things. I think it's very plausible that Naruto could, or my god, my words, that Kishimoto could have just gone back to some random chapter that he had any form of KCM and just copied it, or whatever, for his adult design.
So, yeah, it's entirely possible as far as the designs go. And I was going to mention something, and then I'm going to debunk it. There is Naruto the Last, which is like literally during Naruto, so no excuse for forgetting as much. But he's also using Biju Tote's Sage Mode, which either means Naruto just isn't using the 6-pass powers because he doesn't need it, or Kishimoto didn't want to spoil it with the promo, so he's just purposely not using it. Either way.
That's a good point.
So we can we can kind of just ignore that one for that reason. So markings and whatever, yeah, you're right. He could have forgotten. He also could have forgotten that Naruto can fly. At the end of the day, no, he doesn't have the power, but he remembered the plus symbol. So even if that's the case, based off the powers in the design, we might as well conclude he doesn't have it.
I mean, you can disagree. I say Naruto can still fly.
Okay, so this, go to chat.
Because when do you think he would have lost the ability to fly? I mean, yeah, you can.
So, how far will I scroll? So why do you say Naruto can fly?
He just can.
Why? What's your evidence?
Well, we see that he's able to fly not only in Naruto the Last, but in the Sasuke fight at the end of the series, after Hagoromo already took away his seal.
No, this is well, okay.
Why
real quick.
Would he lose that?
Naruto the Last on the moon, rocks are flying.
That doesn't count.
End of Shippuden. It does count because the rock's flying.
No, but because he's moving in midair, he's literally flying.
It makes no sense anyway, okay?
Well, why wouldn't it make sense? Like, he's not flying when Obito's making the rocks fly randomly when the Ten Tails is coming around.
I have to see how other people are moving around the moon, but regardless,
he's moving wherever he wants in midair. Like, he's changing direction in midair.
No, you know what? Actually, no, sidetrack. That doesn't make sense because, again, he's using Toad Biju Sage Mode. Whether you think 6-pass Sage Mode or 6-pass Senjutsu gives him the power to fly, he's not using it in the Toneri fight.
I think he still shouldn't be able to fly. I think he can do it at base.
Nah, that doesn't make sense. That's where the power is clearly only in the mode. But real quick about the end of Shippuden thing, the point would be that they just lost it after the fight with Naruto and Sasuke. You can say it makes no sense. I can give you a billion explanations for it. We wouldn't know which it is because there's no explanation, but I do think it can make sense as long as there is one of the explanations. But the point is they would have lost it at the end of that fight because obviously they're using the powers in that fight. But well, you didn't say the thing. Where is it? About the shadow clone spawning in the air, but
what?
If I can find my image.
What would shadow clones spawning in the air have to do with anything?
Well, everyone likes to say that Naruto can fly because he spawns shadow clones in midair. Like that the shadow clones are in midair versus Jigen. So I asked those people, that's actually a popular argument. Does this mean Naruto could fly in part 1? Remember when Naruto just spawned shadow clones in midair to do the rope swing thing?
That's definitely not the argument.
People say that Naruto's shadow clones were in the air, then they fall down. That's why he can fly. I have heard that 1 billion times.
The argument isn't because they spawn in midair. It's because people say that they're levitating, they're not falling. Would be the argument.
Not the argument I've heard people make.
I think you might have misinterpreted the argument, because the counter to that would be that time is like frozen in that moment, which is why they're not falling.
But they are falling.
Not immediately. Which is where the argument comes from.
Well, whoever was arguing did a terrible job.
I think you misinterpreted it.
It wasn't a misinterpretation. They didn't talk about this in the first place, but
whatever.
In fact, Paradox even mentioned the same thing at some point. But anyway.
I mean, if you want an argument, and I can counter debunk this anyways, but if you want an argument for Naruto can't fly, in the Naruto the last movie, before the moon, what does he do when Hinata goes to Toneri, and Toneri starts like going away from him, and then like at the end, like Toneri like blasts him and like knocks out 3 days worth of chakra. Is he like jumping off of shadow clones to try and catch up, or what does he do there? I forget.
Yeah.
He is doing that? Okay, I would argue that could just be faster than flying.
Yeah, but I don't think that's true.
Well, I think it could be. It's going to be similar to like the 8 gates guy kicking off the air, as opposed to like kicking off of something solid. One would be faster than the other.
Well, guy's case, he doesn't really have other options, but
well, those would be the two options. Is in the air, guy would be moving slower than on the ground.
But Naruto wouldn't be kicking off things. He'd just be flying, which we've seen to be really fast.
Well, Naruto is also really fast.
Yeah, but we've seen it's never been depicted as slower when flying, ever.
I think it'd be fair to say it'd be slower than if Naruto was kicking off of something.
Not necessarily, though, because it's inconsistently speeding up, slowing down, whatever.
Well, because in
definitely
one case,
wasting more energy.
Naruto's just going at a consistent speed, whereas in the other case, Naruto's propelling himself faster than he should be able to go. Like, if anything, you could argue he's doing at least both.
Slows down, and he might be faster at first and then slow down because he's using, endurance-wise. But the other thing you're not considering is, you have to see the scene and exactly how he does it. But unless he's just jumping off straight forward ladders, he's probably zigzagging, which is just adding distance. So I don't care if he's going twice as fast. If he's running twice the distance because of his zigzags, doesn't have to do that when flying, obviously.
Well, then that wouldn't debunk flying, because that wouldn't make sense anyways. Why wouldn't he just jump straight towards Toneri, regardless?
Well, it depends on whether he was jumping off shadow clones and where they spawned, or what he was doing.
He could have also been doing the zigzag maneuver, which is what you're supposed to do when you're like running away from someone with the gun, because then it'll make their aim bad, and Toneri was like going to aim at him.
But that doesn't make any sense here, because this point is he's chasing the guy. It's the reverse scenario. He's not running away. He's chasing.
The running away isn't the thing that matters. It's that they're going to shoot you with a weapon or something.
Okay, then he can just do that while he's flying, so that doesn't debunk the idea of doing it while flying. If anything, it's easier to change direction if you're flying.
Well, yeah, but he could have just done that. But again, that doesn't really matter.
What happens at the end of the scene? Does he ever catch Toneri, or does Toneri just get away? What happens there?
No, Toneri just hits him with the projectile.
You know what? He would have dodged it if he was flying.
Unless it was too fast to dodge. The zigzag maneuver.
Really beating Toneri, a stronger Toneri later. He's fast enough.
Well, I'm sure the projectile could just be faster than Toneri.
Bro, it's not faster than Tenseigan Chakra Mode Toneri.
I mean, it could be. We don't know how fast
it was. If it was, why the fuck did he stop using it?
I mean, it was fast enough to hit Naruto. Naruto didn't react to it. Regardless of flying, he could have like spawned a Shadow Clone in front of him, or do Rasengan or anything else. He just didn't do it. He just wasn't fast enough. Faster? You think he could have spawned a Shadow Clone?
It's also possible that, again, though, real quick, just addressing this one, everything Naruto the last, possible, Hashimoto just didn't want to spoil flying, whatever other things. Like, that could possibly just apply to everything for that movie.
Oh, God. Either way, the zigzag maneuver would be disanalogous because, well, why would you zigzag maneuver when you're running away from the guy? Why not just wait until he shoots? You'd get away from him faster if you were running in a straight line. The point is to zigzag maneuver before he shoots, which would throw off his aim. So yeah, Naruto would be doing that before Toneri shoots.
Again, but he can do that while flying, so...
Yeah, I don't see a problem there.
more unpredictably. So does Naruto even zigzag there anyway? I don't even know what he does.
You're the one who said it! I was just giving you the benefit of the doubt.
If he does, it adds extra distance.
Okay, I don't think he does. I think he's just going straight towards him.
But
from memory. Either way, unless you can give me like any reason that would make sense of why he would lose it after the Sasuke fight, then I just don't think he would lose it.
So okay, the reason would be Hakurama would have just given them a set amount of chakra, basically, and so something's a little bit inconsistent in this case, but like usually the way it tends to work is, for example, Naruto gave Kakashi Kurama chakra in the war. Once he uses all of it up and there's just 0% of Kurama's chakra left, Kakashi can't just regenerate it. And Naruto with the Biju chakra,
And then they made note of that. In which case, I'd argue the Kakashi thing was like less narratively impactful because he's not the main character. So I think they would have made note of it since they did for Kakashi. That they would have made note of it for Naruto.
Okay. Well,
but no again, that was you giving an argument, so that is what I asked. But still, go ahead.
Well, I wasn't done yet.
Yeah, I know.
But real quick, they haven't made note of any of this, so I'm not going to use that argument because Naruto doesn't just fly normally, obviously, and they're not addressing it. So
Well, but in no fight would Naruto fly normal. Every opponent he's fight has just been on the ground. Why would he fly against Delta, for example?
Jigen literally flies.
Yeah, and Naruto
Momoshiki literally flies.
When in the Momoshiki fight would he want to fly?
Frankly, Naruto could have flown in the freaking Code Arc fight if you want to, get there faster.
Unless kicking off things faster. Which, anyway, it makes sense to me that, okay, if you can say he can fly, then again, he would do both, which would be the fastest. Because imagine, like, a bird flying, and then a frisbee is right below the bird, flying as fast as the bird. If the bird lands on the frisbee and then jumps off of it to fly faster, it's going to get
that's not a good analogy, because that's just not how birds work anyway. Like, for the bird, it is faster to just keep flying.
Okay, you get the idea, though.
It just doesn't apply to birds. I get what you're trying to get at, but my point being, I'm not saying Naruto has to fly 24/7, obviously. The point is that he would do it at some point, blatantly, obviously, and clearly. He just would. They're not saying anything about it. They're not saying, there's no point in flying for this fight. They're just not addressing it, period.
You can say
They're
that.
only indicating that he can.
But then, what about Boyo release?
Same thing. They're not addressing it, and I hate it.
But he has it. So I
don't know if he does. That's the problem.
Well, we know he has to because he has access to the Lava Sour Rasen Shuriken. He has access to all the Tail Beast power.
So I assume he has it. But again, in terms of explanations, I'm not done yet. I never finished the explanation.
Well, I'm saying to say that we can't dismiss flying just because he should use it, but he doesn't have it. So, but it'd be the same thing. I know,
but the story's not really indicating. Okay, so I should finish my explanation. So, why would he lose it? So, Sick Pet Sage Mode. So this kind of gets into the explanation that I wrote down, but separately. Sick Pet Sage Mode would be the result of Obito's gift. Something that doesn't go away. The Biju chakra are necessary for it, and Sasuke just doesn't use up all of their chakra. It doesn't go away, obviously. If he did, then it would, like Kakashi and Naruto's in this case. So with Hagoromo's, though, it would be a thing to where Hagoromo gives them directly 6 pets and Jutsu chakra, powering up the form. Naruto would just use it all up versus Sasuke. Like when they do their final attacks, Naruto would just use up all of it at that point. Can't regenerate it now. Would be the argument for that going away. But
I would argue if he lost it after the Naruto and Sasuke fight, I would argue it'd be because Naruto and Sasuke both, in this case, because you would have to have Sasuke lose it too. They would have both lost.
So that that gets okay. So that I didn't address this for this topic, but Sasuke would get essentially the same idea as Naruto. So Naruto gets 6-pass stage mode, 6-pass senjutsu. Sasuke gets Rinnegan, 6-pass stage mode equivalent, and separately just more 6-pass chakra. Not 6-pass senjutsu chakra, just 6-pass chakra. Sasuke would lose 6-pass chakra the same way Naruto loses 6-pass senjutsu, powering up their final attacks. That would be the equivalent.
Real quick, what was the explanation for Sasuke's Susanoo being able to fly? Was it just because it was supercharged by the 9-tailed beasts or whatever?
It has wings.
Oh. Is that the explanation that they gave in the final fight?
Well, that's the explanation they gave before that scene. It was already doing it.
Okay, so then that's not really flying. That's just like flapping its wings, I guess. It feels like flying, though. I'm gonna be honest. Like, when you watch the fight, it looks like flying, right?
Well, yeah, I agree with that, though. As far as that goes, easy explanation would just be all night chakra from all night Biju, basically 10 tails things.
Well, but at that point, Obito can fly. Madara, I think, could fly. Yeah, he could. Naruto doesn't even need 6-path senjutsu. He just has all 9-tailed beasts. He's basically the vestige of a 10-tailed.
It would have to be a certain amount necessary for. So in that case,
if he has an amount necessary to do the lava Rasen Shuriken, he has enough to fly.
All right, you can make that complaint argument, but the explanation I would give, and I kind of address this with the explanation, would be like you would need a certain amount of the chakra to have 6-path senjutsu, which would grant flight. If Sasuke flying there isn't just the wings, he would basically just have 6-path senjutsu in that moment, and that's why he's flying, because he has enough of the chakra. But regardless, so I gave an alternative explanation that, as far as I'm aware at least, makes things the most consistent. So Naruto got 6-pass sage mode via Obito's Biju Chakra gift, and Hagoromo simply gave... Oh, I wrote this. Okay, I wrote that wrong. But that's okay. Well, no, that's fine. Okay. Naruto got 6-pass sage mode via Obito's... Alright, I should... Right. I'm just gonna re-explain it. It's not how it's written. So there's 6-pass senjutsu. What is that? It's basically 10 tails chakra. It's 10 tails nature energy. You want to call it that. That's all it is. It shouldn't be called... I wrote this separately in a different chat message. 6-pass senjutsu shouldn't be called 6-pass senjutsu. If anything, it should be called 6-pass sage transformation. I've looked this up in the past, but not only is that honestly more accurate to the Japanese, but it just makes more sense with the comparison that I make not here, but somewhere else. So I'll just describe. So, 6-pass senjutsu would just be 10 tails nature energy, basically. And what do you use for sage mode? You put senjutsu chakra into the form. But it's different from senjutsu itself. So 6-pass sage mode would just be an application of 6-pass senjutsu, where he puts some of that chakra into sage mode, basically. It's one way to look at it. And Hagoromo would simply give Naruto a more 6-pass senjutsu. So he's just got extra. That's what powers the 6-pass senjutsu form, which is distinct from 6-pass sage mode. This is so much more clear if you write it out and not say it out loud, because right now you're going to get lost in the sauce.
Why would he give Naruto more? Because the whole narrative is that he's giving Naruto and Sasuke the same amount.
That's not what more meant.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna backtrack. Okay. So, okay. I'm gonna backtrack completely. 6-pass senjutsu should be like 6-pass sage transformation as a mode. Just for simplicity, we use Kabuto to look at this. Kabuto is both sage transformation and sage mode. Sage mode, we all know what it is. Snake eyes, toad eyes, so on. The plus size for Naruto is 6-pass. Sage transformation, this is Jugo's thing. Gives them that monster scaly appearance. Kabuto has that. He stole it from Jugo and he just uses it on top of Sage mode. In fact, he uses it to enter Sage mode. What do the 10 tails Jinchuriki look like? Well, they kind of look like Jugo to some extent, but white Tentailsy. It's a transformation to their body. It's not just plus size in their eyes. They literally have the alien scaliness, like a Sage transformation. So, really should be 6x Sage transformation. However, like Kabuto, you can use Sage transformation chakra for your Sage mode. You can use both. This would be like Naruto using 6-path Sage transformation, says Senjutsu, and a 6-path Sage mode. That's what he does. He'd be doing what Kabuto does. So, 6-path Senjutsu would be 6-path Sage transformation. What it's using would be Tentail's nature energy. Because that's what the Tentails is. It's nature energy. That's what it is. The transformation versus Sage mode would just be the applications of it. Alright, so I'm just going to call 6-path Senjutsu 6-path Sage transformation from here on out.
So real quick, okay. So the 6 paths thing just makes it to where like you basically can't see the difference. Like 6-path Sage mode, you can't see the pigmentation. So is 6 paths transformation for you like Jugo's power, just without the visual side effects on Naruto?
No, so he does have them, just differently from Obito, in the sense that, well, obviously he has a new design, but he has the hair horns at least. Got the horns, kind of. So that's Naruto's cue. Blame Kishimoto.
Oh god.
You can also make an argument that in his case, because it's the 9 Biju cooperating, it looks different for that reason, but he has some of the cues. He's obviously got the thing on the back of his shirt as well, for that.
I mean, I'll be honest, I don't even know if that's why Obito and Madara were green. Also, the fact that Madara wasn't, like, scaly, whereas Obito was, like, cracked almost like an Edo Tensei in a weird way.
Yeah, I blame Kishimoto again.
Okay.
Making this all inconsistent. But again, I said most consistent for a reason, because it's still not perfect.
Okay.
But anyway, in this case, because the energy source that powers both 6-path Senjutsu and 6-path Sage mode would be the same thing. Tentail's nature energy. So it's just nature energy, but from the Tentails, basically.
So why would
That's
that be
powering
different
these
from
modes.
normal nature energy as well?
I don't know, but like at the same time, it is clearly. So well.
Okay. You're not gonna like this as an answer. Actually, okay, no, actually, I already covered this. Okay, if you want to finish this, then I'll actually go to another topic that segues perfect from this.
Okay, well, for whatever reason, it just is different, and it's stronger because of whatever reason. Tentail's chakra root shenanigans. I don't know. The only difference is just that Sage transformation's different from Sage mode. The difference being Sage transformation, as far as we can tell, it's just using the nature energy directly. So Jugo isn't being a Sage. He's not mixing it with his chakra like Naruto to become a Sage mode user. He's just absorbs nature energy, he uses it directly. That's like the Tentail's Jinchuriki. Absorb it, use it directly. Sage mode, though, you specifically do the chakra mixerunski, ice cream swirl stuff, right? Shadow Gamakichi. Naruto is the only 6-path Senjutsu user who happens to be a regular ass Sage who knows how to do this. So this would draw a distinction again between Sage transformation and Sage mode. Madara doesn't know how to do this. Obito doesn't know how to do this. Hakuramo in the manga doesn't know how to do this. The anime obviously fucks up this whole explanation, but you know what? Ignore it. Only Naruto would know how to do this. Hence why he could have both Sage forms. However, 6-path Sage mode just wouldn't need as much. The same way that Jugo seemingly is just absorbing a lot more nature energy than Naruto for Sage mode. He's getting overrun by madness with it. Okay, he's absorbing a lot. 6-path Sage transformation / senjutsu would just be using more of it. 6-path Sage Mode doesn't need much. So all he needs for 6-path Sage Mode would be the amount given to him via Obito / the tail piece earlier on. Hagoromo would simply give up a more of this 10 tails nature energy because he has it. And that's why Naruto can use 6-path Senjutsu. Then he uses that up and it's gone, but he still has Obito's gift, so he keeps it. And I'm tired of talking.
So why do you think Hagoromo would have 10 tails nature energy?
Because he just does anyway. It doesn't need to make sense. So
do you think it's from him being a 10 tails Jinchuriki, or is it because he like learned Sage Mode at Mount Myoboku?
The real answer is by being Kaguya's child and by being a 10 tails Jinchuriki in the past. Because he just has it. He has the staff anyway when he fights the 10 tails and he gets all the orbs later on.
Yeah, but that's before fighting the 10 tails, obviously.
So he's just born with some of the power and he just gets more of it after the fact.
So do you think he had 6-path Senjutsu and 6-path Sage Mode before becoming a 10 tails Jinchuriki?
No, I think he just had 6-path Senjutsu. He never had 6-path Sage Mode.
I think it'd be the opposite.
Well, I mean, the databook definitely disagrees, but ignoring that...
Well, he literally learned Sage Mode at Mount Myoboku.
Well, if you were listening, I said ignore the anime for this, because it obviously pokes a hole in this logic, but so does the anime with plenty of other things.
You just don't like the anime. The thing you watched, you didn't even read the manga.
I did enjoy the anime, but it contradicts the manga. And the book.
You know what? I'll live with the contradictions. It's still more enjoyable despite the contradictions.
That I can absolutely agree with.
Okay.
100%. I'm right with you.
All right.
It is more enjoyable. We said this with Death Note. I prefer anime. It is more enjoyable to me. But that doesn't mean I can't say it's worse. Like Death Note, the anime's worse. But I like it more.
Okay, that's fair.
Just because, so it's like, yeah. Anyway, but you do need to ignore it for this explanation because, Hagoromo just is a toad sage in the anime, which would debunk this whole idea that only Naruto can use it. And the data book has Naruto as the only user of this form. And it's 6-path Sage Mode, not 6-path Senjutsu.
I'm not gonna. Hang on. I'm not gonna use the data book having specific users as a form because that's always inconsistent in like literally everything.
Whereas, yes, I mean, they're even mentioning Hagoromo in the entry. So, like, of all times to forget to write his name down, it's kind of ridiculous. Okay. But either way, he just is never once described to be like a regular toad sage. The manga doesn't have him as a toad sage. The data book doesn't have him as a toad sage. It's anime only. So you can just say he's not a regular toad sage. He's just a 10-tailed sage. 6-path Senjutsu. There you go. He has it via Kaguya and or 10-tails. Okay. And he just has more of it. For whatever reason, bro just is... I don't care what nonsense he says about his ghost bullshit. Bro just is OP anyway. He just has all this power. I don't know why he does, but he does, so...
So, this is where we get into your thoughts on a couple things. So, getting away from what you wrote, just going to, like, your mind. How do you fuel 6-path Senjutsu and or Sage Mode? Like, I know you said it's the nature energy of the 10 tails, but, like, if I was in Naruto, what do I do? Like, can I go to Mount Myoboku and learn Sage Mode? And is there just a chance that I just get 6 paths of Sage Mode? Like, are they at all the same thing?
No, I don't think so.
Because obviously they both have Sage Mode
sense, but I know, I think it has to specifically come from the 10 tails.
Okay. So... when Kaguya
like Naruto's
pregnant,
power is basically Naruto got the 10 tailsy power up, while Sasuke got the Hagoromo power up. That's excluding the. So obviously Hagoromo himself has both powers, but like Naruto got the 10 tails Biju things. Sasuke got the Renegon Hagoromo things that even each other out. But
So obviously, when Kaguya was pregnant, she did not like fuse with the Tin Tails or anything. She did eat the chakra fruit. So if that's how you're gonna say they have it, sure.
yeah, well, I mean, Kaguya herself has it, so
Has what?
it's the best Senjutsu.
Is she listed as a user?
There's no entry for Suspect Senjutsu in the data book.
Okay. So
I don't know why. It would help a lot of
so
things.
convenient. Oh my god. So, okay, do you think yin or yang power has to do anything with it?
I'm gonna say no
Or
because
both of them?
um I'm I'm still gonna say no because it seems to just be ten tails. Because, for example, Obito had six pass Senjutsu when he wasn't using Yin and Yang in his Truth Seeker orbs at the time, which is why Hiruzen was able to regenerate. He still had six pass Senjutsu before he started using Yin Yang. So
Wow.
I don't think it matters.
Obito isn't listed as a user in the data book.
Well, actually, you can argue he is indirectly. So
Oh.
for Truth Seeker orbs, it says it's blossomed by those who wield six pass Senjutsu, or something close to that.
Okay.
And Obito got True Seeker orbs before he put Yin Yang release into them. Like, it was a separate thing he did to the True Seeker orbs, implying they don't need Yin Yang released, meaning six pass Senjutsu didn't automatically grant them Yin Yang release.
So which one does Naruto naturally have? Yin release or yang release?
Well,
Don't say neither.
he never really
Don't
uses
say
it,
neither.
but
Which one is
he should
physical
be on
energy?
the Yang side.
Okay, that's the physical energy side, right?
Yeah,
Okay, and which half of the Nine Tails did he have?
Yang.
Okay, perfect. Which half of the Nine Tails did Obito give him?
Obito gave him Yin.
Perfect. Okay, I think that could be an explanation. That's when Naruto got access to Yin Yang.
Yeah, I've actually thought that before. The same thing. That's a great explanation for him getting Yin Yang.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, I think that's probably the simplest one, honestly.
But that has nothing to do with Six Pass Senjutsu.
I mean, it's definitely something. Well, we know he had.
Sure,
Okay.
but I just
Well,
got done explaining how Yin Yang wasn't automatically tied to Six Pass Senjutsu with the Truth Seeker Orb situation. So,
well, you gave an explanation.
well, also plenty of other people had Yin Yang without having Six Pass Senjutsu. So,
Sure. I'm not saying your explanation is inconsistent or wrong. I'm saying the series could say that.
well, it's a good explanation for him getting Yin Yang, but that's as far as that goes.
Well, either way, we know Naruto in Boruto has both halves of the Nine Tails, which means he would have Yin and Yang, which is also what the Truth Seeker Orbs is. By the way, did Naruto ever like on his own,
Well,
regardless of Tin Tails?
no,
Did
the Truth Seeker
Naruto?
again.
Okay,
The
I guess
Truth
not.
Seeker orbs is all five chakra natures combined.
Which is what
You
I
can
was gonna
then
ask.
infuse Yin
Did
Yang into it to
Naruto?
make them nullify in
Which is
Jutsu.
what I was trying to get to. Did Naruto ever master all 5 nature elementals?
Well, according to the data books, he did.
When the databook says that, what does it mean?
It means he has all of it. He just, when he got like the Hagoromo power, he just got all 5 nature transformations.
Exactly, and I'm not gonna count that. Like, can Naruto?
Yeah, it's not like Naruto was using all 5 before then.
I know, but like for example, Kakashi, he mastered all 5 nature elementals. Same thing with Hiruzen. Did
Same with
Naruto ever? Exactly.
Yeah.
Did Naruto ever do that?
No, because he got all 5 by default before he ever had a chance to.
Then I'm not gonna count that. And did he ever lose that?
Nobody knows.
Either way, I'm gonna say it doesn't count.
Yeah, I agree. It wouldn't count regardless.
Okay. That being said, obviously someone like Kakashi or Tobirama or whoever just can't make their own Truth Seeker Orb, otherwise I think they just would have. So what else do you think goes into it? Or do you think it's like a Kekkei Genkai to where it doesn't matter
I
if you
think
have
it's
all five?
still
You gotta
I think it's
combine
like a
them?
Kekkei Genkai of all 5 nature elements.
Okay.
And I think Yin-Yang is like a Kekkei Genkai of Yin and Yang specifically.
I agree. Okay. So how do you think you do combine it like a Kekkei Genkai? Like, what's the distinction between someone who can and someone who can't? What gives you the ability to do that? It's not like a
You're
bloodline
gonna
thing.
hate this answer. So that's a Jutsu.
Okay. So hypothetically, if Jugo just mastered, he just like was Kakashi, he just mastered all 5 nature elementals just on his own. He's just a prodigy. And he uses his Sage transformation. Do you think he could make a Truth Seeker Orb or like a pseudo version of one or something?
I wish they did something where he did make a pseudo one. It's distinctly different, but that'd be freaking cool. More Jugo coolness. Like that. I mean, honestly though, I would love lore. The same way that like nobody knows how the hell the Kaguya clan exactly came into existence, but it's clearly derived from Kaguya because of the name and the bones.
Mm-hmm.
I want there to be a thing to where Jugo's clan somehow has some ties to Kaguya, the Ten Tails thing, so where they inherited a pseudo level of this Ten Tails power, which is their Sage transformation Kekkei Genkai. And because of that, like Jugo, being a prodigy, has the special one where he's got the pseudo Truth Seeker. It's fucking cool.
Okay. But like, do you think he could do that, or would he need 6 paths in order to do that?
I do think in canon he just needs 6 paths. He doesn't have a pseudo version. Too bad for him.
Well, obviously we know he doesn't, but I think that's because he doesn't have all 5 nature elements. Like, hypothetically, if he did...
Yeah, but no, I mean, like, even if he did,
Okay,
I don't think he'd be able to do it
Sure.
as is. I would rewrite it to where he has a pseudo version.
Sure. So, we know that Sasuke has Sage transformation.
No, he doesn't. Unless you mean
Through
when
the
he has
curse
the
mark.
curse mark.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he lost it, obviously, but then Jugo gave the Susanoo the power, but we know it didn't transform the Susanoo into, like, Jugo's side effects visually. It turned it into Sasuke, so I think he just gave Sasuke the chakra, and Sasuke used that chakra as if it was his own. He, like, converted it into Sasuke's chakra. So effectively, Sasuke had Sage transformation in that Susanoo.
It literally just did Sasuke's curse mark design.
Yeah. Unless you want to say that's just Kishimoto just not caring.
You could argue that that's just like the effect, the visual effect of Jugo's chakra on Sasuke's body. Like his curse mark looks like that just by chance. If it was Kimimaro, Jugo doing that, you just have Kimimaro's curse mark and so on. That just is the byproduct of those two. But
sure. I think you could argue it's just Kishimoto doing it for simplicity's sake or just not caring or whatever. Or he just doesn't want to make an ugly Susanoo. He just wants Sasuke's to look cool or whatever. But
yeah.
Either way. So, do you think Sasuke at any point could do...
No. Well, the only time he arguably could have would be when he's doing his Biju Susanoo thing.
Okay. Is that because he didn't have access to the tailed beasts until then?
Yeah.
But... okay, and he doesn't have success. So he has the Rinnegan, which has Indra and Asha's chakra. So do you think it's just that Indra and Asha didn't have enough chakra passed down to them from Hagoromo, like Hagoromo did from Kaguya, to where they don't have access to their forms?
Yeah. To be honest. It's the same way that they just don't have they just don't have as much power as Hagoromo. They don't have the Rinnegan, they have the Sharingan. They don't have Asha didn't have anything.
Okay. So in that case, it would be that Sasuke does have the chakra, just not enough of it to make a Truth Seeker Orb.
Well, no, because it kind of depends on whether they inherited any Sekpetsu Jutsu chakra, and that depends on whether you believe Ashura had it latently dormant in him and he learned to master it, or if you believe that Hakurumo simply gave it to him like in the anime. Because that is going to make or break it.
I'm going with the anime
Because
interpretation.
Indra doesn't have it. But if Ashura had it dormant, you could argue that, yes, Sasuke does have a little bit, a tiny bit. But if Ashura just got it given to him through Hakurumo, that there's nothing in there. He doesn't have it.
Okay. Speaking of that Tailed Beast meeting room, what a perfect segue. So I'm sharing my screen. So, Kamui, did you know that Tailed Beast meeting room has triangles?
What?
It has triangles.
Well, since we're doing Biju stuff, I know what the next segue is going to be.
And do you know what else has triangles?
That's hilarious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is so. Okay, I'm gonna debunk whatever Sarada parallel they're going for. This is the Sasuke parallel because there's 6 Tomoe and 6 triangles.
But Kamui, they're black triangles. You know what else?
So are Sasuke's.
Black triangles.
I love this. There are 9 Biju and 6 triangles. What better character to use than the one with 8 triangles? For 6 Pats and 9 Biju, let's go with the number 8. Not the characters with 6.
So yes, Kamui, people
Or
are
9.
saying Sarada parallels because of the triangles.
I'm not surprised. Based off the Obito flowers versus Sarada flowers.
So Free Game actually looked this up on his screen. Ignore the blurriness. It is still readable. So again, sorry, but I'll just read it anyways. So triangles in Eastern and Naruto symbolism, and this was through ChatGPT, but whatever. Elemental representation, blah blah. In Japanese, the 5 elements are earth, water, fire, wind, and void. I thought one of them was metal because of Orochimaru's hand thing.
No, that's the Chinese.
Whatever, bro. It's stupid anyway. Doesn't matter. Triangles. Here's the thing that really matters. Triangles are often used in mythical diagrams to represent elements similar to alchemical symbols in the West. Depending on the orientation, point up or down, they can symbolize. So upwards triangle is fire, and downwards triangle is water. Real quick, let's see if this... Oh, I already deleted the picture. Okay, well, I don't think it did be like that.
Well, they were just outward. They were pointing outwards. So
yeah,
like,
I meant like
down,
at the angle that like we were seeing them. Like there was one pointing up and one pointing down technically, but you could idea.
Yeah, that's the problem there. So it would have to be like in versus out.
Yeah, I don't think it was doing anything there, but... And combinations imply balance or imbalance, possibly hinting at control over nature or chakra. Let's go! Chakra control!
Well, I have a question now, though, because Sarada's point out Kawaki's in, I believe, and they both are the fire style users and not water style users.
2. Yin-Yang and Seal Energy. Naruto uses seals that blend Yin-Yang chakra concepts. The triangles might represent directional flow of chakra, power, or even intent. Offensive versus defensive, creation versus destruction. It ties into the 6 paths powers, which are all about balance between dual forces. 3. What is this? Pyramidic. Is this a real word? Pyramidic power hierarchy?
I think so.
Okay, pyramidic power hierarchy. In a symbolic sense, a triangle can also represent a power structure, with the apex at the top. Haruomo is at the center. Apex of spiritual power, surrounded by the tailed beasts, who are fragments of the Ten Tails, a godlike being. It might imply his dominance or harmony over them. So, Sarada, am I right?
Yeah, I don't know. I was about to say Sarada, huh?
Okay. Well,
Wait, what's that image right there? Is that the tier list?
Oh,
Scroll up. Is that the one I found?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You want to look at this?
The most
Zoom in a
accurate
little bit.
and consistent Boruto Tubu Vortex power scaling tier.
I actually left a comment on one part of this thread. So the guy, let me just go find it real quick.
Okay, well, Shiba at the top, which is already
someone commented back to me asking about me not making chapter reviews. It's so random, but I was like, so just real quick,
code level.
He said I approve for everything on this list, by the way, and he's talking about code and stuff. One of the things he said is it's very logical that an attack that does internal physical damage and psychological damage, or yeah, you spelled it right. No, physiological damage to take hours to heal, especially since code has no regenerative abilities. It wasn't that long. The sun hasn't set since TBV started. Karma's a very massive amp and code didn't even use it. So real quick, he thinks that all of TBV's said in one day. But second, well, if you ask us, the white Karma's not a massive amp. But I commented, code actually heals the hole in his shoulder from Boroshiki's Rasengan in one page, heals the damage from fighting Kawaki by the time he teleports home in chapter 67, and heals his damage versus Damon by the time Obito makes one phone call. Blame Ikimoto. And yes, I knew all that off the top of my head because that's in my Kawaki's Defenses Makes No Sense video.
Alright.
But anyway, I wasn't paying attention, so I love some of these rankings. So scroll up a little bit.
Yeah.
I need to actually pay attention. Yeah, so yeah, Kawaki's just over Damon for some reason.
That's clearly obviously like when his limiters are low, considering base Kawaki's down here.
Sure, but then again.
But prove
why is that Kawaki TBV Kawaki here?
Well, I think it's him with the limiters off.
No. Base limiters off Kawaki, you mean?
No, with his Karma Seal, like his strongest form.
No. I'm talking about the base one, the one that's in between Momoshiki and Sasuke.
Oh, yeah, what about that one?
So, why is he all the way up there?
Well, he's next to Delta.
Sure, but like, what put him over any of these other characters? In fact, it's only implied that like Mitsuki might be stronger than him. And frankly, Himawari literally outperforms him. I don't care if you want to say he wasn't using Karma. That's base Kawaki. Himawari definitely outperformed him.
Yeah.
And then, why is Ryu just arbitrarily over Matsuri? Why is Matsuri in Kage level when she easily dominated a Kage plus his team? From what we see.
If anything, people are putting the other way, considering Boruto. Oh, he caught her off guard. That's the only way it could have happened.
Yeah, and why is Mitsuki even in Kage level? What has he done in TBV to put him there?
Right in the same tier next to Hidari, by the way, in base.
Yeah.
By the way, okay, I'm not going to use this.
So is Araya at Kage level, by the way?
I'm not going to use this because he probably might mean Sage Mode here, considering Himawari is in base. And he obviously has to mean Nightowls.
Yeah, but still, I mean, honestly, what did he do Kage level? And why is Sakura and Jody level? Just be Kage level. But like, Araya must be Kage level based off this.
So again, the farthest extent that you can take this is because Jura is the incarnation of the Tin Tails. You could argue, based on basic scaling, he could be weaker than any of the Otsutsuki in base. You could make that as an argument.
You could. He could just be 10 Tails level.
Exactly. Yeah. In which case, that would put him like below base Momoshiki. Again,
or at least like 10 Tails Shinjuriki level.
That would obviously scale everything way, way down to a level that I don't think I'd be comfortable with, but could do it. Because, I mean, at that point...
I don't think that's what...
Like, I think we're already taking the code stronger than Jigen statement as far as we can as an interpretation. I think that's just going beyond the limit of how far we could take it. So,
Yeah.
but,
Speaking of that, that's a great segue to more of that.
okay.
I should start cooking some stuff. I remember I was going to do Baryon Mode next.
Are we done with this tier list, by the
Okay,
way?
what should I do first? This is a better segue.
We are done with the tier list, though. You want me to delete it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Whichever. The original segue I thought would be better.
Okay. Baryon Mode.
No.
So, starts with a couple things. There's some images. Oh, you went by it. There you go. Oh, there you go. So, this is the manga page.
But for the record,
Kurama saying,
we've talked about this like 20 times, but I'm totally down to talk
oh,
about
I
it.
know. But I don't know if we talked about the first 2 points the way I did or not, but maybe we did.
Well, from what I remember, I could be completely wrong. We disagreed on this at first, to where I was arguing Kurama did lie. You were trying to justify it, saying no, he didn't lie, and then we just went ridiculous goofy with it from there.
Probably. Well, I think it was in reference to like the one particular part. So in this case, yeah. So, couple things. Kurama did lie about Baryon Mode, no matter what he says in chapter 55. I'm not talking about the "it means death" versus "because you'll die" semantics. Kurama said, "until one or both of our lives just run out." That was never on the table according to the Boruto database. Only Kurama, the jutsu wielder, would die. 2. Somewhat contradicting 1. Anyone who comes into contact with Baryon Mode also loses life force. Shouldn't that apply to Naruto too? He's literally coded in the form. Could this be why Kurama said, "until one or both of our lives run out"? If so, then the database is lying because it says only Kurama shoulders the burden of losing life force. This makes points 1 and 2 seem like a contradiction. It can't be both, only one or the other. 3. It mentions maintaining the form leads to the death of the wielder. I'm pretty sure we talked about this in general anyway. Does this imply Kurama actively chose to maintain the form, meaning he could have stopped just a wee bit early to save himself? You can argue he did so he could have that final conversation with Naruto, but why not just not have that conversation so he can survive and have many conversations with Naruto? Especially since Kurama didn't think he'd come back to life so soon in Hibawari. Wouldn't that be the safer choice in the long run? I would be perfectly okay with Kurama knowing this, but choosing to use it all up for the sake of maximizing how much of Ishiki's life force they'll be able to drain out, which I would argue is what happened, but I somewhat feel as though the story didn't play into this as much as I'd like. I'm not saying it's bad, not at all, but maybe they could have dug slightly deeper. Maybe I'm just annoyed at points 1 and 2. Thoughts?
Okay, so thoughts. So, first of all, on this last point here. So, okay. Baryon Mode stopped when Ishiki was still alive, obviously. And it was like flickering in and out as well. And I think that was because of Naruto, not because of Kurama. Especially considering Kurama told Naruto superfluous thoughts on your end, which means it had to be affected by Naruto, not just by Kurama, to an extent. So it wasn't just Kurama, it was... I mean, that makes sense considering Baryon Mode, I think, just is, regardless of lie, I think it is combining Naruto and Kurama's
It is. I mean,
together.
the data book says that too.
Yeah. So, first of all, it's weird that it flickers on and off. Does it flicker off and Naruto turns it back on? I don't think so.
Like, I was just flipping the switch back on, like, hey, what are you doing?
No, I think it's similar to when the power goes off, but the power flip is like switched on. So when the power comes back on, it automatically, the power defaults to on rather than off. I don't think you manually have to turn it back on. I think it automatically just like flickers off and on. It was just like a temporary lapse in the form, but like both conduits, circuits were still electrically charged, just not connected at the moment. Just a little gap or lapse or lag or whatever. Okay. Either way, we know that the form permanently goes off at some point, and Naruto's still conscious, and Kurama's still there, and then Naruto falls unconscious like a little bit later, and Kurama still hasn't died. Obviously, neither is Naruto. Naruto was never gonna die. And Kurama's still there, but he hasn't faded away. But like the form isn't on, and the form hasn't been on, but he's still talking. So when did the form go away? Because he didn't maintain it, and he died. Is it that it used up all of his physical form, so what's there is just the spiritual essence, and he is technically already dead, but he just hasn't flown up to the afterlife yet? Basically, what happened to like Itachi whenever Edo Tensei came undone, or Minato whenever Edo Tensei came undone again.
Yeah, you just have like a 5 minutes of him just like, was he just clawing at the ground so he wouldn't float up into the sky? Like,
in which case, how long can a soul do that for? That's another question.
He's just like waiting for like Naruto, like hurry up.
I mean, if you're Gar's mom, I guess you can just do it infinitely. Another possibility is that the form goes until all of it will be burned away, in which case that's when the form deactivates. So it's not that all of it has burned away yet, but essentially, like, basically all of it has caught on fire, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so that's the explanation for like Kurama not saving himself. It's just like a little weird to say maintaining it leads to the death of the user, because whereas that just has an implication that you can not maintain it. It's baking that assumption into it, whereas they could have just said like Kurama shoulders the bird and whatever, he fuses the chakra. Once he does so, he can't unfuse it, so he will inevitably die once all that energy runs out. Like, they could have just phrased it that way. You could argue translation, maybe Viz fucked it up again. But...
Now, one thing I'll say is you can say whatever you want about it making sense in universe for Kurama's character to sell this to Naruto in this lying kind of way for the exact reason that he gets. I'm not going to justify this when this is a fictitious story first and foremost, meant for the audience, not for the characters in universe to make sense. They're hyping this up as the theme of conviction of Naruto willing to die, and the audience is crying at the notion of Naruto dying here. That's clearly what they're going for.
Well, I'm just going to assume this because this chapter happens after Kodachi's gone. Ikimoto. What is he the king of? Not actually killing people. Finojin, Hidari, probably Yodo. Even though Koji basically confirmed her death, wouldn't be surprised if she didn't die. Actually, real quick as a side note, if Yodo did actually die, bro, Yodo's the first death in like 50 chapters. Yodo.
All characters, it's Yodo.
Yodo. Is Yodo the last death since Boro? Or Jigen, I guess, Ishiki.
Who was the last death? Was it Ishiki? Technically Code's minions, but I'm not going to count that.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, Boro's guards, the random fodder leaf ninja that nobody knows the name.
If you're going to count it, Boruto died, but he didn't really die.
I'm not counting Boruto.
And I'm not going to count Momoshiki bringing him back to life. No, Boruto never died.
Exactly. I'm not counting Boruto. Like, not only did Momoshiki do it instantly, I'm just not counting it. Boruto didn't die, my ass.
Naruto was going to die.
He would have died.
Yeah.
Literally, Momoshiki says he resuscitated him. That's not how resuscitation works. He didn't die.
Yeah.
But anyway,
so I guess it was just Ishiki.
Yeah, the last actual character that you know the name is Ishiki.
Even that's arguable since he might just come back.
3. Yeah, but yeah, it's funny. Ishiki might come back, but I'll still count it because it's been this long. But chapter 53. So 55 chapters later, whatever the hell that is, Yodo dies.
Before then, it was a lot. Like, it was
47
consistently
later,
like a death
Yodo
like every
dies.
like 4 or 5 chapters. Like, you had all of Kara, you had Ao, you had
the every 11 chapters someone will die thing. Remember that?
Yeah. Okay. On that note, it is 4:25.
I know, we haven't even gotten to so much. So
Well, did we want to
first of
actually look
all,
at these pictures, by the way, or did we already basically cover
No, we
them?
don't need to. I just kind of described them. But
Okay.
almost forgot. The reason I even looked at this to begin with is to say that I don't think the argument that Naruto has more chakra than Kurama, which is why he survived and Kurama died despite the fusion, is true, because not only was Kurama the only one shouldering the burden, but the story is definitely not implying that Naruto had more power than Kurama in the Code Arc. Quite the opposite. So you can argue that Six Path Sage was being lumped in with Kurama since Naruto can't use it without Kurama. In which case, calling Six Path Sage Mode Naruto's power wouldn't be accurate. In reality, it's their power. Oh.
So, do you think Naruto can use Six Path Sage mode anymore?
No.
Why?
Because I think he needs chakra from all 9 Biju to use it.
Do you think Naruto still has Yin-Yang release? Same. I can see it going either way.
Yeah. I don't know. He's certainly not going to use it ever. He's not going to use it to nullify ninjutsu like Madara maybe did to the Amaterasu. You can delete these though.
Okay. I think I'm not gonna say this is a strong argument. In fact, I hate the argument. But one thing you could I hate this argument. I'm just gonna say it, but I hate the argument. You could argue that there is a mastery to yin style, yang style, yin yang style, and that Naruto just wasn't skilled at it until a certain point.
You mean when he got the hot Kurama amp?
I guess. I've heard the argument recently. I think it was Thunder God's recent video. Yeah, I think it was. I think Thunder God himself didn't like that argument, but he just presented it anyways.
I mean, you can argue from a certain perspective to where you just have to learn it. Like, anyone has it. I mean, it makes sense that anyone has it in the first place because all it is just directly applying physical or mental energy. Yin-Yang together, like the Kege Genkai, that, no, I don't think anyone necessarily can just do that. It's either extremely difficult to learn or you just need Hagoromo powers one way or another to do it. But just yin or yang on their own, I think so, because again, Genjutsu is just yin release. So literally, like, if you can just learn Genjutsu, you've learned yin release. Shikamaru's Shadow Possession, you could just be taught it. Like, Choji's Expansive Jutsu, you could just be taught it. So I think anyone besides maybe Rock Lee, has the ability to learn it if they just do learn it.
Mm-hmm.
You need a certain level of ability, but
okay.
Yin Yang together is where you start getting into six pathsy things.
Yeah.
So
why would Yin Yang nullify all jutsu? All elemental styles? Or just all jutsus?
So
does it nullify specifically elemental styles or just all jutsus in general?
It nullifies all ninjutsu.
All ninjutsu. Does it nullify all jutsu? Like genjutsu?
No.
No.
So I don't think genjutsu, well, we don't know genjutsu, but like I don't even really see how that fits. I don't know how that manifests, how that works.
Does it nullify chakra itself?
So that's what I think it is doing. I think it's like, so interestingly, this gets into an art. I wrote this down somewhere, so I'm just going this off memory. But this, I think I wrote my Renegon Rod explain video. But this gets into the explanation of why Sage mode is able to counter it. So I think it's because Yin-Yang, it's using physical and mental energy in its purest form. Through that, it's basically able to counter chakra things that use physical and mental energy. But nature energy is distinctly a different energy. So that has nothing to do with chakra. It has nothing to do with physical and mental energy, except for the theory that nature energy is physical energy exerted through carbon dioxide, CO2 breathing, blah, blah, blah. Okay, ignoring that, nature energy is just something different. And that's why it's able to counter it. We actually see it counters both the True Seeker orbs and the rods, seemingly, because the rods tanking Kurama's Biju laser beams, and meanwhile Naruto Sage mode slaps in half. So yeah, I'm gonna go on a limb and say nature energy seems to counter it.
Okay. I'm just gonna
The
say
rods
Taijutsu
freaking nullify
just covers
Sasuke's
it.
Amaterasu. Like,
Yeah. Okay. So, by the way, that is just weird, but I can see why they just do it anyways. To where, like, the nature style Rasengan carves into Jubito's back, but, like, technically, it's just a Rasengan that also has Sage mode into it.
yeah,
It's like,
basically,
so
it's
the
as if-
Rasengan parts of the Rasengan should just not work, and the Sage mode parts of the Rasengan should.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Like,
You
stay
could
around.
argue that is the case, or that they're just ignoring that,
But like, okay, but then if you hit the Truth Seeker orb with a Sage style Rasengan, what does that even look like if only the Sage parts stay around?
I think if you hypothetically just kept it, if you swirled it in the same shape as a Rasengan, it'd just be like a Rasengan. Anyway.
Just nature energy?
Yeah, like I think, like nobody actually does this. I think in practice, you could theoretically, this probably be something only Jugo could actually do, but like, theoretically, Jugo just makes a nature energy Rasengan with only nature energy.
Okay. What color do you think it would be? Green?
I'm going with green.
I like how we're only saying that because green just is the color of like leaves. This is like no indication it would be green.
I think according to one of the diagrams, manga it'd actually be red.
Okay.
And hey, that could be where Mobushiki's red Rasengan comes from.
I mean, the Tailed Beast chakra is red. Tailed Beast could be considered. I mean, hey, Tailed Beast come from the Tin Tails, which is nature energy.
Exactly. That could be the explanation.
It's not.
But then why isn't Kurama just a Sage at all times?
Exactly. Why wasn't Naruto bored with 6-pad Sage mode? Oh, also the fact that Kurama literally has to sit to gather nature energy. So
I know.
like they just debunked themselves with that one.
I think that's just because it's not consistent. Personally.
Yes. Okay. So I guess I'll go to one of mine since I had this here. Okay. So okay. Also, just realized Matsuri died before we saw her fight even once, and we had 4 opportunities.
But we saw her use her Earth-style gravel jutsu and her Gara.
Yeah, so those were 2 of them. The first time in chapter 4, or 5, I guess, when she fought Boruto. Second time when she fights Gara off-screen. The third time when she fights Konohamaru off-screen. The fourth time when Boruto shows up and one-shots her. I guess if you don't want to count the last one, that's fine. If you don't want to even count the first one, that's fine. But at the very least, we had 2 fights that we just didn't see. That we should have.
I know, it's like...
And she's dead now. If she's just not coming back, I'm low-key gonna be mad. Okay. Here is a good question. Between Ryu and Matsuri, if one of them had to die permanently and one of them had to become back, which one would you choose? I would choose Matsuri, even though I like Ryu more.
Yeah. Because I like Ryu's personality, but like, there's just nothing for his character. Anything for his character was stuff I wanted from Shinki, which they're just never going to do anyway. So
plus, I feel like the way they've done it, I feel like they could resolve all of the Ryu, Shinki, Yodo, Araya stuff this, not next chapter, but like this arc for sure.
This arc, yeah.
I feel like it should be.
But Konohama and Matsuri, like the only thing is, if Ryu gets brought back, he better devour Gaara and continue further on something. Like, but otherwise, just save him. That was the mission anyway.
Be saved.
And then Matsuri has more to do. Like,
yeah, I want to see Matsuri's reaction after the fact. Whatever she thinks about Konohamaru now that he's a scumbag that betrayed her, broke her heart. What's she gonna say to Jura about that? What's Jura gonna think about that? Is Jura just gonna kill Matsuri? Is Jura gonna forbid love from the rest of the Shinju now that we've seen what happens with Matsuri?
That's another
Matsuri
thing,
gonna
though,
evolve
is that
without devouring Konohamaru?
Ryu didn't have any love development in the first place for Jura to comment on or to reflect on.
Yeah.
So now he has something for Jura to reflect on, Matsuri to reflect on, and her to share to Mamushi and Hidari and have them reflect on. Like what's Ryu's gonna say? Wow, Jura, those Konoha peeps weren't that cool after all. And Jura's gonna be like, how dare you? Team Shikacho is the best.
As a matter of fact, I just realized something, and this doesn't really count, but I'll just point it out anyways. Obviously, Matsuri cried when she was killing Konohamaru, and yes, that's her target, and yes, Matsuri does seem to be the most emotional Shinju, the most connected to her human person. I understand that, and Hidari didn't do anything when he was killing his target, who happened to be his freaking daughter at that, one he's loved the most of any of the Shinju, but whatever. But I will say, not only is Ryu's target Gaara, not Yodo, but Ryu just had no care when he killed Yodo. And more realistically in the narrative, I would say that Ryu and Matsuri should contrast one another to where Matsuri should feel love and Ryu should feel no love. In fact, that's why Ryu should lose in the end, as opposed to Matsuri, but that's a different story. That being said... Well, that's just narrative that I would have played with, but I don't even think they did do that in the first place. Either way, I think you could make an argument that if Shinki just does come back, Shinki just doesn't have feelings for Yodo. Like, if Yodo confesses her love, Shinki might just reject her.
Like Higashi and Rin.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm not, again, I'm not going to say that's like proving it or even making it likely, but based on that, I do just want to present that as like a possibility. I think that at least makes it more possible than nothing at all. The fact that Ryu killed Yodo so effortlessly without hesitation just didn't matter to Ryu at all. Okay.
Can you repeat that? Just switch headphones.
Yeah, Ryu killed Yodo so effortlessly, like it just didn't matter to him at all. And so I think you could say that means Shinki doesn't care about Yodo, or at the very least that he cares so much more about Gaara that in comparison nobody else really matters. Which is what is happening with Kawaki, because Kawaki does love Boruto, but he cares about Naruto so much.
Yeah, I mean, hey, freaking Yodo's comparing Shinki and Kawaki, so hey, at this point, I say die on the hill. Just make Shinki like Kawaki.
Yeah. That being said, I do want to make a small retraction what I said. So yes, Kawaki cares about Naruto more than anyone. That doesn't mean that he doesn't love Boruto, because the reason he's trying to kill Boruto is because he loves him. It's because he cares about Boruto that he's trying to kill him, because of Momoshiki. Not because he cares about Naruto so much that he just doesn't care about Boruto or anything like that. Small retraction.
Exactly. Because Momoshiki's gonna, hurt Naruto.
Yeah.
Okay. So we still haven't done... Oh, I guess we can do this one really quickly. Oh, you can delete the "but we saw her use art style" thing.
Yeah.
That's a reply to you.
Yeah, this one, since this goes along with the previous stream anyways.
Yeah, so real quick, though. Since the Naruto anime did those funny scenes of Orochimaru running away from bugs and screaming, "Bugs!" We need Orochimaru versus Mamushi, aka Bug. Thoughts?
So, we don't.
But we do. Okay, but if this is the only way to get Orochimaru in the story, I need it.
So, I see what you're trying to do. If I was Ikimoto, I would be proud that you're saying that to me right now. Or at least, if you... That doesn't make sense. If you said that to Ikimoto, I would be proud of you for saying... You need any reason at all, and this is just a justification. So I'm down. And it would just be a cool fight anyway. But obviously, Bug is his name, and he doesn't have bugs. And obviously, Orochimaru's the one gag moment of all of Orochimaru's character. I'm not going to use that for his justification to fight a character named Bug.
I know, I saw an Instagram reel, and I just wrote it down.
But that being said, if it happened, that, I think, by default, in concept alone, in all of Two Blue Vortex, immediately becomes both of our #1 favorite fights.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
If it's Orochimaru's fight, it's the best fight.
Yeah, including Mamushi. If it's Mamushi's fight, it's the best fight.
I know, literally. It's the fight. The two characters who have nothing pitting them against each other, but we just want them to fight so bad.
I mean, again, regardless of whether or not there's something pinning them against each other, because this might even segue to another topic, but it's similar, in my opinion, to, you could say Sasuke versus Deidara, who, yeah, narratively, holistically, I see why they did it for the story, but like in universe, there was just nothing going there. Or, even more obviously, in my opinion, B versus Kisame. There just is, it's just a random matchup. Kishimoto threw it at a dartboard and just happened to line up. And then he tried to make justification for nonsensical themes afterwards of the octopus versus the shark.
You wrote this down somewhere about the,
I did, yeah.
I think it had to do with the rewrite. You wrote a note. So the shark versus octopus thing.
Yeah. So they could do a thing of like Orochimaru versus Bug in terms of like the snake versus the insect, but but at that point, just have Mamushi's whole thing be Hawks instead, and have it be like a Sasuke thing. They're not gonna do that. If anything, Orochimaru versus Hidari, unironically, I might like that more than Mamushi just as a concept. But I do think that Orochimaru versus Mamushi would just be the coolest fight, regardless of narrative.
So hear me out. I think Mamushi translates to like a viper or something.
Yeah.
That's kind of like a snake.
Okay. That's not what they're going for, though. Not physically. You could say that Mamushi is like a snake in terms of like backstabbing or whatever. But I don't think that's a physical thing. But that being said, both of these characters we want back individually, but just seeing them together and fighting together, it's not even seeing them fighting individually and them having a fight or them being in the story. Them fighting together is just like an exponentially cooler concept than like individually plus. It's not Orochimaru plus Bug, it's Orochimaru times Bug. So I'm down.
Exactly.
Okay, do we want to do that B topic real quick since I wrote it down?
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay. Here, probably faster if I just type Kisame. Oh my. Okay. Maybe not. Okay, let me type B. Okay, let me. Oh, you know what? Is it? Where is it? It might be in rewrites.
I think it's rewrites.
Let me type shark. Okay, it is in rewrites. Okay, so Gyuki is the 8 tails, Chomei is the 7 tails. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so should Gyuki and Chomei have swapped ... designs? Question mark. So B can still have the 8 tails, but he will have a bee-like tailed beast to make his sting like a bee introduction just more. Have it mean more, have it be more impactful, just more direct and obvious, just everything's just more with the introduction. So B just has an 8-tailed Chome, who is the insect designed one, the one with the Zabuza voice actor. So obviously, the only problem I foresee, unless you just like don't like Chome's design, which is completely fair, but that's besides the point. The only actual problem I foresee is this ruining the shark versus octopus thing of the Kisame fight, aka the worst narrative in the entire series that ruined this otherwise completely random nonsensical out of nowhere fight by overemphasized that detail I don't care about. If I did, I'd go watch Animal Planet channel, whatever it is.
I will admit, the Kisame's one-liner was cool. That's about it.
Sure. But then that's just... I feel like that's Kishimoto's justification for the two characters fighting. It's like, okay, I'm gonna have these two characters fighting. What's the best reason I can come up with since I'm just doing it anyways? So he started with the fight and came up with the shark versus bee. Or whatever, shark versus octopus, rather than needing the story to do a shark versus octopus theme. Okay, who can we do? Oh, I got it, Kisame versus bee. I think one was definitely starting for the other. Yeah, so based on the 100 react emoji, you agree.
Oh, absolutely, I am so down.
Perfect. Okay, so back to Boruto topics, so you can, if you're ready, say your long Momoshiki thing.
So before getting into it,
we
need to alternate mini paragraph by paragraph or something, or we're just gonna have to alter. I am not saying all this.
Okay, so you do the first one and the third one, and I'll do the second one.
No, I meant like not like big message by big. We'll just alternate little by little.
I don't know. I think you know what? Here, I'll take the first and third one. Is that fair? The first one and the third one.
Well, there's actually a fourth one. But
yeah,
sure.
yeah. Well, so okay, so I'll take the first one. So about Naruto versus Momoshiki stuff. Go ahead.
Oh, I see. Okay.
There you go. Yeah, put it together.
I thought you meant like the big message.
I know you did. So I clarify. The best way it goes.
Wait, hold on.
Well, while I'm holding on, is chat holding on? How you doing tonight, chat? What's up, Editing Marketing Resume? The giant bones at the Akatsuki hideout. Are they dinosaur bones? I'm pretty sure. Unless they're Shibai's bones. We need to see Koji and Orochimaru hanging out. We definitely should. What? If Boruto ever uses Edo Tensei, I want to see either Itachi or Madara back. They could just do that through the Shinju. But that could be very cool too. Nancy Hammer just released a video saying Naruto still has 6 past Sage. Yeah, but it's NC Hammer, which is honestly what started the conversation in the first place. And everyone hates NC Hammer, and I'm just not going to care with whatever he says or whatever bad arguments he has in the first place.
I thought it was an old video. I didn't realize that was new.
I wouldn't know. The other way. Shout out NC Hammer if you want to come on the podcast, feel free. Okay.
Right after you say you hate him.
So, did you want me to start, or are you good?
Okay. 50% chakra does not inherently mean 50% power. It means 50% stamina. It's possible you can't use a particular high chakra jutsu if you have 50% or less chakra, but it does just mean 50% stamina. Using several examples, this is what's either directly shown or implied.
Okay, real quick, I do want to clarify what 50% stamina means, and you're going to like this as a clarification. So it doesn't mean like you're 50% exhausted or like halfway huffing and puffing. No, you're like completely fine. It's just you've used like half of your reserves.
Exactly. That's what that means. And that's going to explain what we see in all the examples.
Yeah. So I guess I'll take the next part. It's not until stamina gets really low that we ever see visible exactly, because this is what you're explaining anyways, that we ever see visible changes in efficiency and performance, which we'll address. Until then, performance is about the same, but less stamina, of course.
First off, Naruto and Sasuke, especially in the Boruto era, are depicted as equals. For those who believe Naruto was at 50% strength, this would mean Sasuke is as well, because they clearly perform equally in the fight. And it is absurd to think that Sasuke was at 50% strength for one space-time portal, because he literally uses the portal to get there, fights at full power for a while, then teleports everyone back home. That would be physically impossible to do if one space-time portal was 50% chakra. Same thing happens in the Jigen fight, except Sasuke actually uses 3 portals, not 2. One to the Tento's dimension, one to Naruto vs. Jigen's ramen pot, then one to Leaf Village. This would mean it uses at max 33% chakra. But that can't be true since he fights at full power versus Jigen, and even uses a Meto Techikara, the infamous high chakra draining Rinnegan Jutsu, by the way, several times in that fight too. Meaning this portal jutsu ain't using anywhere near as much chakra as people think. Let's just say it used 20% chakra. Probably not even actually that much. That would mean Sasuke was 80% versus Momoshiki, meaning Naruto should be 80% overall as well. Meaning 50% of chakra of Kurama's chakra only means 20% of Naruto's overall powers, or I should have said stamina. It means 20% of Naruto's overall stamina. Fairly reasonable, right? So right off the bat, saying 50% is ridiculous. Let's move on now.
So another thing I want to say, again, I just want to make this caveat, even though you've already made it clear. 20% of Naruto's overall power, so Naruto's at 80%. That doesn't mean Naruto's moving at like 80% speed, since again, performance doesn't change until like you get to a low percentage of your stamina. So starting off there. Secondly, I'm like 95% confident that it's stated that the more people Sasuke lets go through the portal, the more chakra it drains from him. And or like the longer he keeps it open, or the bigger he makes it for more people, the more
I don't know if the
chakra
more
drains.
people thing actually is stated anywhere. If it is, I don't know where it might be novel only or something.
I mean, so I'm not going to pretend like it's linear, because I do think making the portal in and of itself probably takes the most chakra regardless of the amount of people. Let's just say like making the portal takes like 10% of his chakra, and then like each person is like 2% extra chakra. I think that like could be reasonable. I don't know, just saying out numbers,
It
but
could be, yeah. I just don't know where this statement comes from, if it even exists.
yeah. So I think that's fair. I mean, I think that's arguably more fair than Sasuke using 60% of his chakra before the Jigen fight. At 20%, he uses 3 portals.
Exactly. 20% is also the number I gave. So, like, if he has 5 people he's bringing in the Momoshiki fight, there you go.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So I guess you want me to read this next part.
Yes.
Every time Naruto goes into Sage Mode or KC at mid-battle, we see some very clear visual clues. I don't mean how the form looks visually. Against Pain, Naruto could use 2 Rasen Shuriken before using up all his Sage Mode. After using 1, meaning 50% Sage Mode remaining, he remains exactly identical, equally as strong as before, as shown with his equally similar taijutsu encounters with the Pains. Then when he loses Sage Mode, he's huffing and puffing and clearly tired and weaker. Then he gets Sage Mode back, his space is exactly the same as a moments ago. He just gets Sage Mode again. All of a sudden, he's not remotely tired and does not, and does equally as well versus the pains as before again. Then rinse and repeat. This applies to even the very end of the fight. We see very similar situations in the War Arc with both Sage Mode and KCM. As long as he's in the form, he seems to perform equally as well at the start of the fight as he does later on. In the I'll let you read this.
In the Chunin exam / Konoha Crush, Sasuke could only use 2 Chidori before almost running out of chakra completely. The third Chidori put him at high risk of dying and or curse mark activating against his will. Sasuke uses 1 Chidori versus guard during the actual exam. By this logic, he should be anywhere between 50 to 66% chakra. Likely closer to 50 since he can't actually use the third Chidori without curse mark. He then goes on to fight Gaara in the forest, using the Sharingan, Fire Style, etc., and even fights Temari in the anime. He then uses another Chidori versus Shukaku Gaara, that's his second Chidori, meaning he's now anywhere between 0 and 33% chakra. And if you pay attention, Sasuke doesn't perform any worse before versus after using that Chidori. The jutsu that brought him up from 50 to 60% chakra down to 0 to 33% chakra, and he instead does exactly the same in terms of taijutsu and fire style and whatnot. This implies that Sasuke's stamina is what was really taking the hit, not his power or efficiency. You can ignore your next comment because we addressed it.
I was curious. Okay. Now let's look at Jigen. Jigen's stomach starts to crack at about 10% base Jigen power left, and it does crack even more after shrinking the ramen pot, but it feels most natural if that's Jigen going below 10%, as Amado mentions to Koji. So I do think it was way below 10% because he started healing and he's still below 10% when they make the statement. So he's probably at like anywhere between like 1 to 5% if I were to guess.
Yeah, when he makes a statement. I do note the caveat though that like the cracks were healed at the beginning of the Koji fight. Like by the time he fights Koji, the cracks are gone. So it's possible that like the cracks form at 5%, not 10%, but I just said 10% because that's the only number we have to work with.
Whereas, yes, I don't think the cracks heal. I think Amado just replaced it or did some other shenanigans.
Who knows?
Yeah, I don't think the cracks just like uncrack. But I could be wrong.
Well, the point would just be that the cracks form at 10% or whatever percent.
Sure.
Right there.
It stays cracked even in base when he's talking to Amado in chapter 39. But the cracks heal before the Koji fight, then reform during the fight again. So real quick, I do want to say... Oh, do they reform during the fight again? Oh, that's kind of cool. I do want to say, I don't think the... Well, I could be wrong. The cracks might not necessarily form at a certain percentage, but it's below a certain percentage threshold that the cracks could form based on him doing something or using his power or just using his immense force or whatever.
Yeah. Yes. Like obviously we don't know the specifics behind the cracking phenomenon because it's never explained. But the idea is that there's a clear correlation between the around 10% and the cracks.
Like hypothetically, if he's like moving around careful but constantly draining his chakra, Jigen could get down to like 0% and just never have his stomach crack. Likewise, if he like performs the craziest jutsu of all time, like kicking through the Susanoo, and he's at like 20%, maybe it cracks then, just because he's using a lot of force. And it's like low.
I don't think so there because so they initially crack when he absorbs Amaterasu.
It's not like during it; it's like afterwards. And the correlation doesn't equal causation. It might not be because if anything, he's absorbing chakra. His chakra should be going up, not down. So.
Exactly.
So I think it's just staying in the state of being below a certain threshold.
I think it's the fact that he was below 10%. He just kept karma activated. I think the karma itself is the stressor
Yeah, that could be
more
fine.
than anything.
Considering the whole point is that Jigen's vessel isn't capable of withstanding Ishiki's immense power.
Yeah.
So, makes sense. Either way, stayed crack even in the base until Dragon Chapter 939. The crack split to Koji, then reformed in the fight again. Now, considering that Jigen started cracking right after absorbing Amaterasu, after beating up Naruto and Sasuke, this means it was around a 10 to 30% Jigen beating the shit out of Naruto and Sasuke towards the tail end of the fight, meaning it was only when Jigen hit about 10% that we saw noticeable changes in his performance, not when he's at 50 to 80% like Naruto supposedly was versus Momoshiki. Again, I do think you're highballing the percentage here, even though if you're like giving like a range or estimate or whatever. I think he was definitely way below 10%. Like I'm thinking like 1 or 2%. Maybe.
Sure. But
like he was spent. He was done. He could
I'm basically
not fight.
trying to be generous.
That's
I'm
fair.
saying Naruto might be 80%, Jigen might be as much as 33%. So as to say that like what you're saying for numbers would only strengthen our argument. Essentially, I'm weakening my argument, but with these examples,
Sure.
essentially.
You're being the scientist. I'm being the debater.
Yeah, like I'm trying to be. Yeah, there you
yeah.
go.
But to be fair, I would say
I'm gonna
that
do something though. I'm gonna wash my hands and look away. So
okay.
we can just stall.
Sure. I would say that Jigen's percentage, if we want to say it's linear, then fine, but I would say it probably went down the quickest when he's using his highest, craziest things during his Curse Mark Stage 2 form. And so I don't think he was at like 33% near the end of the fight. If anything, that's like probably halfway through the fight he was at 33%. But
I agree. But my point is that near the end of the fight, he was definitely near there.
yeah. But I mean, even then, just the fact that Jigen himself didn't even notice, or I guess Ishiki didn't notice Jigen's stamina, considering he reacted to the stomach cracking like he didn't even know it was coming, just like Naruto and Sasuke.
He's like,
sort of,
oh god, I'm at my limit too.
yeah, sort of just proves the point that stamina just doesn't exist, basically, in this way. But, yeah, meaning it was only when Jigen hit about
if you can be caught off guard by it, literally it's not just
yeah. So continuing on, you say
hold on, I'm kind of multitasking here.
Do you need me to read it?
If you don't mind, I can have it midway.
Alright. Another thing to consider, Kurama is supposed to be perfect Susanoo level per databook statements. Whether Naruto has half of Kurama or all of Kurama, Kurama has always been equal to the perfect Susanoo, as shown through Sasuke. You could... Okay, I think the way to make that work is you would just have a perfect Jinchuriki be twice as strong as the tailed beast itself. So when Naruto has half the tailed beast, that's equal to Kurama on his own. You could say that. I think that would be a little bit ridiculous, a little bit of a stretch, but you could definitely say that. At least like the full KCM2 avatar, you could say half of Kurama is equal to the full power Kurama. But either way. If Naruto has half Kurama or all Kurama, Kurama has always been equal to the perfect Susanoo, as shown through Sasuke. Naruto's Biju Sage Mode obviously was stronger because of Sage Mode, so Jugo / Curse Mark equaled that out. Then Six Path Sage Mode was equaled out by Sasuke's Rinnegan, so Kurama Avatar and perfect Susanoo remained equal at all times. How could this possibly be possible if half of Kurama was 50% power rather than 50% stamina? That wouldn't make any sense at all. Base Sasuke would have had to have gotten ridiculously stronger compared to base Naruto in order to make up for Naruto getting another half of Kurama after the war, which is definitely not shown when base Naruto performs equally as well as base Sasuke versus Momoshiki, nor is it narratively implied whatsoever. LOL.
You said, I'll just do these together. Plus, if it scales so linearly, Ishiki probably wouldn't be speed blitzing Kawaki so effortlessly at like 1/2000th of his total chakra at the end. Um, and then screw it. Let's consider even more examples. Shikamaru. Remember how Shikamaru was out of chakra versus Tamari? How is he get any slower or weaker throughout the fight? It's exactly the same start to finish. He just couldn't maintain the shadows any longer once he got too low on chakra. Same thing as shown versus those pursuit jutsu Zaojon. Similarly, versus Tayuya, Shikamaru was almost out of chakra during that tug of war with Tayuya for a while there, and his shadow isn't getting dramatically weaker and weaker, but rather they go back and forth slightly, very evenly up until the point Shikamaru eventually runs out of gas and loses the shadow completely.
And I think this only makes sense if you consider the fundamentals of how chakra as a functionality even works. What humans do in Naruto is they just have stamina or whatever, and they convert that energy, the physical and mental energy, they combine it, they convert it into chakra. And so then you mold that chakra using hand signs or whatever into ninjutsu. So, like, it shouldn't really matter what your stamina is. What matters is how much chakra you have at any given moment in order to perform the jutsu. Because the jutsu is based off of your chakra, not your stamina. That's how the jutsu scales.
Yeah, and you're constantly needing your stamina into chakra during battle. So like Kurama loses half of his energy, but like that doesn't affect him until he like the end of the fight, basically, like when he actually gets to that point where he beats that 50% that he lost.
Yeah.
And in case Naruto and Sasuke, they just beat Momoshiki before that.
I think the best way to think about this, let's just say like my default go-to jutsu example, Sasuke's fireball fire style jutsu. Let's just say that jutsu takes 20%. Okay, no, let's do it like this. Let's say Sasuke has, instead of percentages, let's say Sasuke we're just going to make up things here. Sasuke has 100 units worth of stamina. And he can convert all 100 units, I guess 99 units technically of stamina into chakra so he doesn't die, but we'll just say 100 for the sake of, he has 101 units of stamina and he can convert 100. There you go. If he converts, let's just say that, okay, he converts however much, he converts 50% of stamina into chakra. Sure. So he's at 50% stamina, 50% chakra. Or 50 units of stamina, 50 units of chakra. If the fireball fire style jutsu takes 20 units of stamina, then both fireball fire style jutsu just should be the same strength because it's just using the 20 units of stamina, or sorry, 20 units of chakra. They're just both going off of the chakra, not the stamina. So it doesn't matter if Sasuke's at 100% stamina, 80% stamina, 60% stamina, 40, 20% stamina, because the point is he's using the 20 units of chakra, which doesn't change regardless of where his stamina's at. It's the chakra.
That's how taijutsu works in general. Like every dash, punch, and so on, we're each just using like 1 unit of chakra each. Like,
yeah.
As you get stronger, each unit of chakra is just worth more miles per hour. But like, you're just like, you're not. It's like you're not constantly getting weaker, like so dramatically.
Yeah. I think the easiest way to visualize stamina for those that might not be catching on by this point would be, think about it like a track runner. You could think about the short distance or long distance running. I'll start with short distance. It's really the same thing, but let's just say you're running 1 lap around the track, a 400-meter dash. You, assuming that you're in like good shape or whatever, you're going to run at the same mile per hour at like 100% whatever the whole way around the track. Your performance isn't going to change, but obviously your stamina is going to drop. You're going to be tired and get more and more tired throughout the run, but you're not going to like drop speed even though your stamina is dropping. Your performance gonna be staying the same. Obviously, it might like dip off towards the end depending on how much stamina you're at, but that sort of proves the point. And that's even more obvious with like long distance running, say a mile, say a 5K, whatever you want it to be, 10K. You're going to be running at you're supposed to be running at a consistent speed the entire time, regardless of you huffing and puffing more and more as it goes on, as your stamina drains.
Exactly. Like, you're not like, unless you're using a jutsu that uses all your chakra in one go, you're just not. You're treating the fight like a marathon. You're not gonna use it all up instantly.
Yeah.
You're just using a little bit at a time. The point is to have good endurance.
Mm-hmm.
Similarly, you can. This isn't. So imagine like a fight where you stop and talk midway. You can run several like 100-meter dashes at like full speed, at pretty much the same speed each time. It's not with like, at least a minute or so on of rest in between. Like, you need to have a little bit of rest, but like, it's not going to be until you've done a lot of them that you really start to just be unable to like replicate similar speeds. Same with like working out, lifting weights. You can do some heavy sets for multiple sets before you start to taper off. You're just unable to replicate like just how it is. Like, your strength can just change instantly. I can do 3 sets of 5 with the same weight all out each time. I can do 5x5 like that before I've done it. That's showing that like my strength stayed the same despite my stamina clearly going down. I can't do the 6th set, but I can do the first 5, so on.
Yeah, the weight's staying the same, and you're still being able to do it, even if it gets harder per set, because your stamina's dropping.
I mean, even then, sometimes like this is more notable with like a 3 sets of 5. I will just be able to go all out. Like, it's really hard. I just did as hard as I could for those 5 reps. The first set, I do it again the second set, and I do it again the third set. In those cases, I usually can't do more sets because a 5x5, I'm like somewhat strategically like doing it, but like for 3x5, I can just do all out all 3. Like, I just was not able to do a 6th rep for any of the sets. Like, I didn't get weaker, really. Like, I mean, it's just similar to like Naruto fights there. It's like, yeah, after a certain point, you will just have too little stamina to replicate the power, but like, stop acting like I feel like the people making these arguments are not athletes. I hate to say it that way, but like, it's like, use common sense. Like, if you've been in physically active in competitive sports or anything on your own, you would just know from experience that that's not how it works.
Or if you even just watch it, like... It's like they assume like it's this linear scale or something. Like, let's just say Naruto can move 1,000 miles an hour. Then during the Momoshiki fight, he was at max moving 500 miles an hour.
Exactly. Like, no. Now it's being depicted.
Ridiculous.
Not artistic. In fact, if anything, I'd argue artistically, they're depicting them as at the strongest they've ever been. Like, it's like they're not acting tired at all. Like, nothing. You must be blah blah blah. Look, just narratively, what they're showing, they're not having Naruto and Sasuke huffing and puffing. Like, they're just not giving you the clear signs of fatigue. They're showing them just like smug, like, yeah, dude, we got this bag and shit, like acting all hunky dory, like,
Like
what I mean?
punching
It's
their
just
fists walking towards them.
Exactly. It's just like, clearly, that's not what the story's going for. Story's not going for, Momoshiki only had a chance because they were nerfed. That's not what they're doing.
Yeah. And maybe you would agree with this, but there might be like some kind of argument that you could have here of like a critique or something. I'm not even gonna say like it's bad for the story because like I prefer it this way, but you could argue that people should get fatigued not from performing ninjutsu, but whenever they convert their stamina into chakra, since that's when their stamina would be draining. But like it's every time it's after they perform a jutsu or whatever. That shouldn't
Yeah.
really matter. Like yeah, they have to physically do something to perform the jutsu. Like you have to throw the Rasen Shuriken. I can imagine that throw itself is like taijutsu, it's draining. But all things considered, it shouldn't be that bad.
Yeah, it should I get what you're saying. It should be the activation of the jutsu or something before throwing it. Like,
Yeah,
but to a certain extent, that'd be so goofy.
exactly. So again, I prefer it the way it is, even if it's technically wrong or whatever.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Okay.
The next one was not about Naruto Sasuke, but more just base Jigen stuff. More base Jigen stuff. Less than 10% base Jigen just was boxing with Koji for a while before they both ramped things up. That just goes to show how strong base Jigen normally is. Like if 10% or less is boxing with Koji. And then as soon as he activates Karma, he just kicks Koji a ways away. And then Koji immediately just like lands on a pillar, sets his trap, and that's the end of the fight, basically. You know, like so like yeah, base Chica just is that strong.
Yeah. You got the pictures here showing it. Dope fight. Yeah, being kicked away. Freaking coolest thing ever when this came out.
It was definitely a cool fight.
I can't even act like the Jigen versus. Oh, that was it. Oh, I thought there was more.
Nope.
Oh, okay. Oh, there you go. Is this a black rod? What do you do here?
I'm not looking at the screen, but which one? Is it the left or right one?
The left one.
Oh, where he just put a black rod in Koji's like side of his
There.
head.
Yeah.
It doesn't even look like it's in his head though. It looks like it's like an arrow on his head.
So weird.
The way it's drawn.
It's like he's trying to push off Koji's mask or something.
Okay, that is my favorite interpretation. Trying to peel it off. He just really wants to see what he looks like.
Really wants to see that star of destiny or whatever.
You know, actually, speaking of that, I really want to come back to that narratively in the story. Like, did Ikimoto forget, like, this star of change thing?
I mean, he has
like
10 directions. That's something.
Does that have to do with stars?
Has to do with change.
I don't know. Kochi doesn't seem to want to change destiny. He seems hell bent on just like following the one he sees.
I mean, now that Boruto is Mitsuki's son, and Ada has the moon in her eyes, and Damon has an eclipse, and Sarada has black hole, cosmic, whatever. What else am I missing? I guess
Boruto's the star of hope.
So.
And guess what?
Something.
That star of hope is a moon designed eye.
Well, the moon just
Oh, it's Sarada's the
reflects
sun
stars.
and Boruto's her moon.
We have too many moons and not enough suns. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, Kawaki's also like a sun.
Yeah, but Kawaki is the most moon character of all time.
He's the false sun because it's an inverted sun.
Or in other words, the true moon.
Well, Kawaki absorbs the light from others. He doesn't reflect it. He just takes it away.
Okay. Okay, so we did the copy paste.
Except for light, but he doesn't do that. Especially part 1.
Okay.
What'd you say?
What else do we have that we needed to cover from last stream, or was that it? I think that might be it.
It might be it from last stream, but there's probably more.
Okay. Well, since I'm sharing my screen anyways, I'll just do this one. Since it's not long. I'm gonna have to share my screen specifically. And can you hear it right now? Or watch?
No.
No? You never can.
Give me a few minutes.
Fine. Well, while we're waiting... Can't do this one either. Can't do this one either. Okay, we'll go back to Boruto topics, I guess. I was gonna do that one real quick, but I guess not. 5:30 a.m. by the way. When it's out. When it did at 3, but...
Give me just a minute.
Uh-huh.
Or like 2, 3. I didn't expect this bacon to be so hot, so I was trying to peel it. It was just burning my fingers. I had to let it like sit for
You probably saw this, but I posted a poll in chat earlier from another YouTuber, Shark Nime. 158 votes, so not the most, but not the least. Definitely not the least. Definitely N is over 30, so it counts. Who's strongest? Base Momoshiki or Jura? Did you see this? Did you like look at it?
I saw the post, but I didn't pay attention to the results.
Perfect. Do you want to guess what the results are?
I'm guessing Momoshiki won.
By how much?
Oh, landslide.
Well, okay, landslide no, but it doesn't matter. Even though he won 54% to Jura's 46, Momoshiki, the fact he won at all with 158 votes. Maybe my narrative that all Shinju, including Jura, just are below Otsutsuki level. Since base Momoshiki is winning this poll. Maybe it's not too crazy. Maybe it's not that much of a hot take.
I mean, I think there's a couple things. One is, you might be right. 2 is architect's depiction. Because as much as I've complained about Boruto in general in this regard, if we're being honest, it's only escalated into Blue Vortex to a more extreme, to where, like, even though the part of this does depend on whether the stronger than Jigen is base Jigen, like we now think, or if it's the Karma Jigen. If it's the Karma Jigen, then this is extra extreme. If it's base Jigen, not as extreme, but a lot of these characters just are strong. You know, we've got, if it's the Karma Jigen, freaking everybody's stronger than Karma Jigen now, yet all the fights are downscaled even more. Like, freaking Boruto versus everyone. Oh, what's happening? Nothing's happening, okay? There's just, nobody does anything strong. Freaking Oriya doing the same shit. So it just feels like the characters don't feel as strong. But, I mean, with the base Jigen arguments, then the characters aren't as that strong anyway, so they might just be weaker than Ishiki, and so on. And at that point, maybe everyone just is weaker than the Otsutsuki. That said, I do think Jura is probably the exception, because if frickin' Jura's weaker than Momoshiki, why is Koji hyping him up as the craziest thing ever, rather than hyping up Kawashiki, who would be Otsutsuki, or Borushiki, who would be Otsutsuki? Those would be the threats, which tells me that Jura has to be stronger than them.
So
Individually, anyway.
you say that. We've already seen practically a Shinju in the past. You want to guess who that was?
Perspective for saying it, but possibilities could include Tensei's Jinchuriki Obito.
Okay, yeah. So that was it. I was gonna wait to see if you listed any more, but Madara would also count.
Madara was gonna be next.
Yeah. So
and then if those weren't it, I was gonna say Jigen? Question mark.
That's funny. Yeah. So what are Tin Tails, Obito, and Madara? Well, they're not the incarnation of the Tin Tails, but they are the perfect Jinchuriki. Well, I don't even want to go that far, because are they getting cooperation, or are they just using the power? Either way, they're using the Tin Tails' power and giving it consciousness, whereas the Tin Tails itself doesn't have consciousness. And maybe it's just
even
me.
like when Obito's first taking over, he's doing the Obito thing.
Yeah, it's different.
Kind of like the clock grind, Rinnegan clock grind.
And it's clear he got stronger
Suzuki.
after he gained his consciousness back, or whatever.
Exactly.
So,
and so hypothetically, had you just let that, if Obito didn't take his consciousness back, though, possible that the Ten Tails would have just developed into a Jura-like Obito thing. But ignoring that,
well, I think
Jura
he just
is Obito
mindless.
in control, basically.
Yeah.
The Rinnegan clock grime's just the Obito one, you know.
Yeah, I think it would have stayed mindless to where, and this does give you an idea of the Tin Tails' base mindset anyways, to where Jubito didn't care about being attacked, and he would be damaged and healed or whatever. And he also was completely inconsistent in terms of the power scaling, deciding when to attack, when not to, etc. It was very sporadic, random, all over the place. And I think that does explain the Tin Tails just allowing itself to fall under Hashirama's deity gates and not attacking and just transforming willy-nilly whenever it wants, etc., etc. It's just random, and like it seems like it's up and down, like it's very variable, it has a high range, etc., etc. It's just random. Now, I'm not going to say there isn't a logic or consistency to what it would be, but that's the way it's like portrayed anyways. Very volatile. But either way, yeah.
This is probably what you're getting at. Tensei Jinchuriki Obito Madara, they're stronger than the Ten Tails because it's more contained into a,
that was going to be my question.
Smarter.
That was going to be my question. Which do you think comes across as a bigger threat, either physically or narratively? The Tin Tails itself, or the Tin Tails Jinchurikis?
Narratively, the Jinchuriki, they're just literally stated, and that Hashirama pinning down the Ten Tails of Sasuke, just being like, oh, now we just gotta figure out what to do about this thing, makes it just feel like they just feel like they got in the bag. The moment Obito transforms, everyone's losing their minds, and Hashirama's like, yeah, he's stronger than me, when he had just pinned down the Ten Tails. The deity gates had worked on the Ten Tails seemingly, and he's like, all right, well, we still have these, and then Obito broke them, and it's like, oh my god, they broke them. They're definitely narratively portraying that as being stronger. But that said, the Ten Tails just shooting beach bombs everywhere, causing cataclysms and shit. Might arguably just be stronger.
Well, Kamui, maybe the Tin Tails is stronger, but the Jinchurikis are more dangerous.
Yes. So, well, stronger arguably, dangerous is the point. And this would apply to Jura as well. He's more dangerous than the Ten Tails. However, so real quick, Obito Madara more dangerous than the Ten Tails, and they're weaker than Otsutsuki. Meaning, if the same's for Jura, okay, he's more dangerous than Ten Tails, but he's still weaker than Otsutsuki. However, where things get muddy is Coach chakra seemed to be affecting them because of the white karma which came from Ishiki Otsutsuki. How is that affecting them? Like, to what extent is that doing anything besides awakening their consciousness? Like, does Jura getting a Ishiki amp from Coach white karma? Is he getting nothing? Is it just a claw mark Shinjutsu and so on? That definitely affects things, I think.
Bro, I don't care if that is Jigen's white karma or not. I'm just gonna say his claw marks come from Shibai and not Jigen, in which case they would be getting Shibai's power, not Ishiki's.
I mean, yeah, when it comes, yeah, that's the thing. I agree. I don't like Boruto saying this white karma nonsense. It's the claw. He wasn't even using white karma when he freaking hit the claw marks. Like, he used the claw marks on them. Yes, Coach Chakra in of itself might have, like, Ishiki Chakra theoretically through white karma. But there should also be Shibai Chakra in there from the claw mark Shinjutsu, because he got Shibai cells to get that.
And realistically, if they wanted to scale him up, that's the way to do it. Through Shibai nonsense, you can scale anyone, anywhere.
Yeah.
It would just make perfect sense. So, literally from bottom of the verse to top of the verse. Doesn't even matter.
I mean, we've already seen that the Shibai amps can be variable. Boruto doesn't even get anything. Damon gets more than code. So on.
Exactly.
Jara can just get a lot.
Well, there you go.
By the way, I can see your
perfect.
thing now.
Okay. So moving on. Let me find. Oh, here. Okay, I know what I want to watch. Okay. So I don't think we can like listen to it, but
sorry,
I don't know the way to do it, but okay. Share this time said. Okay.
What is it?
So the founder
yeah.
of Ninja. Okay, first of all, have you seen this clip already?
No, but I read your text a bit.
Okay, and the text is what really matters anyways. So okay, I'll just mute it and put on the filter and hope that's fine. And oh, that's camera, okay. Filter. Oh wow, that filter does nothing with this. That's crazy. Okay, we'll do this. And we got the dialogue here. That's what really matters. Probably should have put timestamps for some of this, but whatever. Okay, yeah, that's awful. Okay, we'll put the music on. Well, not music, but we'll put it on once we get to the actual words. Okay, so yeah, so Minato's saying, like, the lower half of Madara's body. Oh, does this mean he's dead, basically?
If we found part of Madara's body just lying about, then is it safe for us to assume that he's dead now?
Okay, so first of all, the correct answer is no, because, as we know, Madara just healed the upper half of his body in Kamui Dimension. Just for no reason at all, he just could heal. But that's besides the point. So, that's not what I was getting at. I just wanted to point that out just real quick.
Well, either way, it looks like he managed...
Yeah, okay, this doesn't matter. He completed Infant Tsukiyomi. So, Madara.
We should use...
Okay, so they want to confirm Madara's status, right? So in order to confirm Madara's status...
we should use his...
Yeah, so they should use his lower half. We should use Madara's lower half to confirm his status. To revive him with a reanimation jutsu. And I'm assuming he's meaning Edo Tensei.
Mm-hmm.
So Tobirama's plan is to use Madara's lower half to revive him with Edo Tensei. To make him talk. Because they'll overpower him or whatever. Which, by the way, I think that's just a stupid plan in general. I mean, maybe they got, it's like their last resort. They got nothing better to lose anyways. Infant Tsuku is already cast. It's not like Madara's going to go around killing people. I mean, if Madara overpowers him, whatever, but...
I guess they could just... Tobirama's version of Jutsu is weaker anyway, so Madara's probably not going to be that strong.
Yeah, I guess. And then, yeah, so Hashirama's like, oh, but it takes a living sacrifice.
Official victim for that.
How can you still be so naive?
And then how can you still be so naive? That doesn't matter.
Way.
There has to be another way. I think that's it. Yeah, because next is just Hagoromo comeback. So just Hagoromo never comes back. Tobirama's plan used the lower half of Madara. And, okay. So... here's the question. So this makes no sense. So Do you agree without me explaining?
Well, I'm not sure this is what you were getting at, but something to note is Tobirama's plan just assumes Madara's dead in the first place. And what does he need to make Madara talk for? If he Edo Tensei, so I assume the idea is use Edo Tensei to confirm if he's dead or alive. If he gets revived, he must be dead. If you can't revive him, he must not be dead. But if he gets revived, what do you need to make him talk about? You got your answer.
Well, I'm assuming... I think that's more so about Infinite Tsukiyomi, more so than Madara's status.
But they already know he cast Infinite Tsukiyomi.
Obviously, finding a way to break it is what he means. But that also doesn't really make sense, because what are they going to do? Torture the Edo Tensei? Oh no, not the Edo Tensei.
I was thinking maybe they're gonna like make him mindless, but to a way that he can answer their questions.
Do any of them have Genjutsu? Hiruzen knows every jutsu in the village. That would include current eyes.
Infinite darkness Genjutsu. That's gonna help.
Oh, maybe
Madara,
it's not Genjutsu, but maybe Hashirama's like flower poison can make him hallucinate or something. He's on laughing gas. I don't know. But okay, so it wasn't that. But even though I do think it's both stupid and the best idea they have to revive Madara. Like if Hagoromo just never comes back, to Edo Tensei Madara to see if they could make him undo Infinite Tsukiyomi somehow, or figure some out, intel, advice, something, Either way, so Tobirama made the jutsu. He knows how it works. He's the one who's saying they should use Madara's lower half to revive him. Hashirama responds with, but we need a living sacrificial victim for that. We should use his lower half to revive him. These two ideas do not work together.
What do you mean?
Well, when Tobirama says, how can you be so naive? I think he's responding to something else. In response to Hashirama.
No way.
Hashirama does say there's got to be another way.
It's misunderstood.
Well, I think Hashirama's right. There does just have to be another way. Such as using his lower half to revive him.
Okay, well,
that's it.
Regeneration Madara nonsense aside, dumb anyway that they're questioning is. The point is, use his lower half as the DNA necessary for Edo Tensei. Edo Tensei, you need a living sacrifice.
No, that is not what they say.
That's what they mean. And then Hashirama's complaining about needing a sacrifice, like killing Joe Schmo to do this.
Yeah, I know what Hashirama means.
So, yeah, that's Tobirama's just referring to using the lower half for Edo Tensei.
Listen, if you want to ruin my topic, you can. I'm not going to stop you. What?
Did you realize that when you wrote it?
It's not my fault, Kamui. Look at what they say.
Realize.
Okay, they're not saying what you're saying. I don't care what they mean. I care about what they say.
Don't they say the reanimation jutsu in this?
They don't even say Edo Tensei. They don't even say the reanimation. Why is Hashirama assuming he's talking about Edo Tensei? He just says a reanimation jutsu. He doesn't even say Tobirama's. He's like, if anyone has one.
Okay. That I don't have a
Hashirama didn't even know Minato. Like, he doesn't know if Minato has one or not.
Right. You know, I guess Tobirama could have invented Edo Tensei with Hashirama was alive. But anyway, I will say
I'm sure
the reanimation jutsu is the English dub's version of Edo Tensei.
Yes, it is. But he's not saying the reanimation jutsu. Also, it isn't the only reanimation jutsu in Naruto.
Yeah, the Granny Chios. Maybe that's the alternative.
Now that would be hilarious. They use it on his lower half. He dies instantly because it's only his lower half.
And the sacrifice Hashirama was referring to is Granny Chio. But that would kill her.
No. Oh my god.
Okay.
But look, I'm just saying. Hashirama's the naive one, as Tobirama confirms. And what does Hashirama say? That they need a living victim? After Tobirama says, use this lower half to revive him? I'm just saying, put 2 and 2 together. And not the way that you are, but the way I am. So.
Yeah, put 2 and 2 together and make it add up to 5.
You just do an extra. I was just going with what I was seeing.
If they say reanimation shit, making the scene.
Oh my god. Okay, well, I guess since it's right here, we'll just do this one as well real quick. Can I skip ahead on this? Can I not skip ahead on this? Is it up here? Do I have no bar to... Okay, here we go. Yeah, okay. So, Indra just has the full Susanoo, and, like, Indra does a sword swipe, and it's, like, cutting mountains, but, like, vertically instead of horizontally. It's pretty crazy. It's, like, Madara level, basically. And you can see right here, it's pretty insane. But...
I'm not here, but I remember it vaguely anyway.
Sure. Also, shout out, like, the power scalers or whatever, because here's another instance of Indra just, like, being outside of his Susanoo. Not when he does it, but, like, he arrives to the battlefield in the Susanoo. And then he just, like, walks out of it. And he just is out of it. Like, you can see the purple glow and everything. Like, the Susanoo's just behind him. He's not doing anything with it, and it just disappears immediately after, I guess, or he jumps backwards into it. I don't know what he does, but he's just out of his Susanoo, which isn't unmanifesting. It's just staying there. We don't see it ever, but we know it's obviously definitely there. So shout out power scalers. But either way, again, so he swings the sword, and it's crazy, like, cutting mountains, basically. And to be fair, this is kind of just ridiculous on its own. But against the full, perfect Susanoo, as big as it is, Astra just, like, stops it with, like, himself.
Okay, now I'm here. Let's see what I'm really
Like, yeah, I just want to show you this as a comparison. Like, the full Susanoo, like, the perfect Susanoo. Astra. He's, like, just stopping it with, like, his hands. Not his hands, but, like, black rod, but, like, his body strength.
I cannot see.
You do see it?
But this image is weird.
What do you mean?
Like, it looks like...
Oh,
whatever
I'm there.
seeing,
I was sharing the wrong tab.
Okay, that's why I was gonna say whatever I'm seeing is just like a ghost.
No, that was Hagoromo. You were saying.
I was trying to imagine how this was Ashura. I was like, is that like the Susanoo hitting Ashura? Stopped it.
No. Yeah. So
okay, yeah. Here he just like
stupid.
Yeah.
Stupid.
It's like Kakashi catching Zabuza's sword with his kunai. What?
Yeah. But again, so he just arrives in the full Susanoo. Also, I don't know. It's weird. It's like it's not even a Susanoo. It's just like Susanoo energy that just like drips. It's like
just a Susanoo blob.
Yeah. Like, I don't know what this is. It's definitely not Susanoo though.
That's the will of fire.
Yeah. But again, he just like walks out of it weirdly. And then like you see it here. Like he's clearly in front of the Susanoo, which is still clearly there based on the purple haze. So Like, again, he's not doing anything with it. Oh, actually, we do see it, technically, from this angle, but not like a zoom out or anything. I guess, well, the closest we get, but yeah. We can't really see it. It's just, I guess, the blob still, but either way. But either way, you know, he does the cool Rasengan thing or whatever. He makes a new Susanoo. I'm pretty sure it's a new Susanoo. I mean, you can tell me what you think. So, oh, okay, I actually do see. Okay, so it's just a blob of Susanoo behind him. So he makes the Rasengan. Yeah, so he does this eye thing. Amaterasu. I don't know why he did that, by the way. now he has not just the Rasengan with the Rasengans inside the head. Now he has a Amaterasu-filled Rasengan towards him. But whatever.
I also love how uncreative they were, and as far as their powers,
I know.
they just made Indra Sasuke.
Yeah.
Same everything. Same Susanoo. Same Ogeku Sharingan. Ashura, I guess, slightly creative with the Rasengan within Rasengans, but like Rasengans and then Hashirama's wood style. Not being creative at all.
So, okay. Confirm this for me, or what you think anyways. Do you think he made a new Susanoo, or like jumped backwards into the blob that was there and formed the Susanoo with it?
Well, it's a completely different shade of purple.
I think it's new, but I don't know. It's like the blob behind him just disappeared immediately.
Rewind it again.
Yeah. So again, the Amaterasu Rasengans run towards him. It blows up. And the blob is still... Oh, actually, I paused at the perfect frame. Okay, you kind of see here. The blob... So he didn't go backwards the blob. He, I guess, pulled the blob into him? Basically, or is it just... Oh, I think it's just fading away.
It is getting darker, though, so maybe it's, like, also transforming.
I don't know what happened. It's weird.
It's either turning darker purple because it's transforming, or it faded away and got reformed.
Sure. Either way, Susanoo thing, and he just stops it with his hands, basically, in the rod, but I'm not going to even count the rod. The point is he's doing it with his
You know,
physical
Ashura
strength.
did that without everyone's cooperation. That's a feat.
It doesn't even make sense as a feat.
You know, you say Ashura is way stronger than Ashura. I don't know, man. If base Ashura could just catch Susanoo's swords, I think that makes Ashura just infinitely strong.
But like, I don't even know how he did that though, because it's not like this should stop the power from the force of the swing of the sword. Like, it's still hitting.
That's how strong Ashura is.
No, but it should basically do what the Six Tails did against Pain. It's just gonna like blob him into the ground at 1,000,000 miles. Like, he should be going through the Earth's crust at like 200 miles an hour. Why is he still standing on top of the ground?
He reinforced the ground with chakra.
That's not how that works. He can do chakra feet. That's not going to reinforce the ground.
Or he's using a black rod, so he nullified the Susanoo.
Okay, bro. Okay, fine. You just took away Asura's feet. Congratulations.
The fact that he can make the black rod is the feat.
Okay. Anyways, he gets the people to just do this. I don't know how Hagoromo got people to do this. But, give him his power. What is this? Can like the Konoha 12 do this for Naruto?
Yeah, this blue hand kind of reminds me of the ghost from the Ramon arc, but
it doesn't even go on him. It's just like giving him a pat on the back. But you put my hand on your shoulder, bro. You got this.
Is this what Jiraiya did?
Just like randomly wraps around him. I guess he just makes immediately Hashirama's. Which, by the way,
fast too.
He didn't even summon it either, did he? Is it a summoning jutsu? Or not?
Well, I remember we debated it being a summoning jutsu because of the puff of smoke nonsense, but it's not actually a summoning jutsu.
You say that when the Rashomon gates are a summoning jutsu for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know. At the very least, I'm pretty sure the Buddha statue is, right? It just is one.
No, again, we debated that it is because of smoke, like the summoning jutsu smoke.
No, I'm pretty
But-
sure on one of them he does say it's like a summoning jutsu.
He might have. There was something, but
Yeah, but the other one we did debate it because of the smoke. Yes, you're right.
yeah, I definitely remember that. But I think they both technically aren't, but they were saying that they are because of manga things, but they're not actually, or something.
I think one of them just is, and then one of them it was just an argument.
Like, and I think in the data book they just aren't. I don't remember how the whole thing started. Is the problem. I remember like a revelation, but I don't remember which way it was.
Okay. That was a one-sided revelation. Either way. Anyway, so I wrote about this, as you already know. It's implied in the anime that Indra just is stronger than Asura, and that Asura can't beat Indra without everyone's help. Because he already has Hagoromo's power gifted to him by this point. And the Hagoromo is just having everyone help Indra, and so Asura, I should say, because Asura can't do it without our help, guys. Let's give him our blue hand chakra finger orb thing. So nuts. It's like even with Hagoromo's power, it wasn't enough. What does Hagoromo say in particular?
And Ashura, your power now.
Does he just say lend your power now? Or do you talking over it so it doesn't be noisy? Wow, this is
Everyone, lend Ashura your power now.
okay, so he just says everyone lend Ashura your power now. But like
It's kind of ridiculous though that like in this version, like Asura just is a weaker despite getting Hagoromo's power directly.
By the way, Hagoromo's power, and he's getting random civilian chakra.
Like, why is this helping? Why?
Like,
why does this civilian chakra seem more impactful than Hagoromo's?
if it works this well, why didn't Naruto just fodderize Ishiki by staying in the village? Why did he evacuate the village?
Yeah, everyone, let me your chakra.
You don't even need Naruto. You can just have everyone combined in some random. You just so waggy.
Yeah, Nishi.
Exactly. Oh my god. Yeah, so there's that. It's 6 a.m. Are we done?
Yeah, let's call it good.
Okay, and Ikimoto failed.